Uh-oh. Hmm. Alright, maybe I wasn't ready for this stream. Need to send out tweets, need to send out messages, Jess isn't ready yet. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Almost there. Okay, there she is.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Not bad. No insane transit mishaps today.
God, I didn't leave my house today because the transit is in the same state that was in yesterday.
Oh no.
And so I guess they're doing like major like rework on a bunch of the lines. But like this happens a lot, but usually it's like in the kind of more like distant areas, so it's not so bad. But this is literally like multiple major lines, and it's like the center of Stockholm is what's shut down, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, rough.
Yep. All right, I'm booting up the game. Oh yeah, got full stream. Hang on.
Have you when you were going through Stockholm, did you notice a lot of esports fans around or anything? Has it been visible that there's the big CS:GO major going on?
No.
No. Yeah.
At least not from what I've been able to see. I mean, I was at a bar hanging out with a bunch of professional people, but like not like CS:GO.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. Twitch, and then there we go. Okie dokie. Wait. What do you mean? Oh, I will.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
No, Twitch is being a butthole. There we go. All right. I will get my crunching out of the way. Nom nom. Okay. Okie dokie. Yes. Okay, so I will admit I have not had as much time as I normally do to practice this week. So I was only able to play like a handful. Oh, do we have to look? Okay. Yeah.
Hey, I saw you had a nice chunk of wins here. I was looking at these games yesterday before. For the rest. Let's look at some of the wins. How'd they? How's it been? I've seen that your score lines are like getting pretty crazy. Like, you've had a few games where you just were rocking it.
Yep. I think so. I'm feeling a little more confident and learning. Like one of the things I was happy about was working on microing the target of my wards a little bit better, and then also learning. And I think it's just gonna take me a while for this, but like continuing to learn when I can confidently disengage from a fight after I've applied things like Spirit Vessel or Poison Stacks or something, and knowing like, okay, they're definitely going to die. Like, I don't have to chase them or dive or something. I think I've been getting better at that. I would say I still feel like there is kind of almost like a helplessness that can sometimes happen. And I don't like feeling like I blame other people. Like there's always stuff that I can do better. But if we have a particularly feedy lane, like for example, okay, prepare yourself for this, my friend. What is the most amount of duel damage that you've seen on a Legion commander before?
Like 600 plus.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Go click this Legion commander and.
Yep.
So at that point, like, yeah, that's a game, and I can tell you that this Legion commander got so goddamn fed. Our safe lane just fed the Legion to the extent that it was like the game felt over by the end of the laning phase. And the fact that we were able to hold on for as long as we did, we actually held megas for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't know. It felt like we held megas forever. But
Wow.
I just...
Yeah, that's a long freaking game for how fat that LC is.
Ugh. The only reason we held it is because of the sniper, who was the one who fed the Legion commander in the beginning of the game. But that one I started to feel helpless. I went a little bit of a different build. Mostly like the Maelstrom was because I was laning against the Naga.
Okay.
And so I was just having trouble with all the illusions. And so I just picked up the Maelstrom after I think Urn to just help with the illusions.
Yeah, that's not bad logic. Naga is definitely a hard hero for Venno because there's not really a lot you can do about the illusions. Like you just, none of your spells, your wards don't really do anything to the illusions, and you don't really want to spend Gale on it because that's like your only spell. And,
Yep. Yeah. I mean, and I think honestly, like all things considered, even for having such a challenging laning phase, I think we did all right. Like we managed to get multiple pick-offs on, I think it was Lion. It was the Lion. And like that felt really nice. It felt like, okay, it felt like we had decent enough control of the lane. Like we were at least holding our own. Like it wasn't, our lane definitely didn't like get stomped or anything. But it was kind of as we transitioned out of the laning phase and started to take team fights that I was like, I'm sorry, it feels like it's like 15 minutes in. How does the Legion commander have 300 duel damage? Like what? Yeah. And then it was just a stomp.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. And honestly, like, okay, I was gonna say, like, given how crazy that stomp was, that might have been a Smurf, but no, this isn't a Smurf account. But the one thing I would maybe glean from this is like, when there's a hero that's like this ridiculous or this fed, or you've got that like anti-mage that you just know has been farming for like 25 minutes uncontested, and you know they're gonna be a monster the second they show up on the map, like sometimes like just building mitigation isn't really the solution. Like here you have a Crimson Guard and an AC, and a Spirit Vessel, which are all like shit tons of armor, plus the Cloak of Flames, but with 1400 damage, it doesn't matter. You're gonna die in 3 hits no matter what, right? So, So a lot of the times when something like this happens, I'll kind of try to shift my thinking to control versus mitigation. Especially if it's like 1 or 2 heroes that are like really bad. I'll start looking at items like sheep sticks, or even just like dual scepters, halberds for sure. And yeah, for for a problem like this, the better solution is to not get attacked at all versus getting attacked slightly less.
Yeah.
So something to keep in mind, but like I said, like it's tough to pivot, and it's tough when she just shows up with a bunch of dual damage, and it's hard to control. So yeah, cool. All right, so I was kind of thinking like lesson plan today. How? Okay, so I guess I got a couple questions. One, did you have any replays or games that you wanted to go over from the last week where you were particularly confused about something that happened, or something that you wanted to make happen but it didn't work out, or you were curious about your play or your decisions or something like that? Do you have anything that in particular that stood out as like an abnormal game?
I don't think so. I think if it was a less busy week and I usually like to play every day just so that I don't get too out of practice. And so this week I think I was only able to play 2 days. And so a lot less than I'm used to. So the games are also a lot less fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was any game that stood out per se. I would say that the 3 losses that happened all on one day that were just the most recent ones, that was a little bit rough. But I'm trying to think here. As you're clicking them, I'm just kind of looking at the different matches. Yeah, I think were there any games that stood out to me? Oh yeah, I hate that when you click the person, the items are always out of date, so you can't see what they actually ended up building.
Oh yeah, you gotta like refresh it. That's weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. But I think sometimes it's like after the game I kind of reflect. Well, during the game, especially if I start to get a lot of money, I try to rationally think through what item I'm building, but there is a little bit of like a panic sometimes of like, well, if I really don't know and I have all this money, like I'm going to go with something that I'm comfortable with or that I know kind of works.
Yep.
And then after the game, like I think over it and I'm like, okay, I probably should have built this other item instead. So one of the things that there were multiple games where I built AC and I think I should have built Shivas.
Yep.
And so I think just kind of itemizing, like the itemization decisions for me was something that I know I made a couple of mistakes on this week, but I don't think one particular game jumps out to me as being, I don't know, as being confusing. Like I think I was getting better at recognizing when I made mistakes, which is actually like, that sounds depressing, but it's like a really nice feeling to actually know what mistake I did make instead of just going, well, I know I sucked, but I don't know why. But I think one of the frustrating things is that like I want to practice some of the things that we talk about, but as you've seen, like sometimes relying on the decision making of randoms can be difficult. So I've worked hard at like rotating where other people are going, even if that means I feel like we make poor rotations or like we don't take advantage of the available map space quite as well, so it's almost like you're like trying to not build bad habits, but you kind of have to.
Yeah.
You're like forced to make certain plays,
Yeah. Yeah, well, and like, okay, so yeah, that's something we could definitely go through, because I mean, I definitely feel that way as well, where like, especially if I'm playing with like lower ranked friends or something, or like even just sometimes at my own level when I'm just like playing with people that are bad. I like
wait, it never stops.
No, it never stops. But like, yeah, and sometimes I'll know consciously, I'm like, we gotta go here. This is our next objective. Like Roche is up, we gotta be controlling that area. And then the team's just like bumbling around in the enemy triangle. And I have the choice of either going to where I know we need to be and setting up, or following my dumb team and potentially just getting an objective swiped out from under us or something, right? And it's always rough. It always comes down to that question of like, can you communicate with your rando dummies? If this was a league game, you could make your case and be like, hey team, we should be over here because this is important, blah blah blah, and your team will be like, oh yeah, right, you're so smart. But you know, to the inverse of that, it's like, oh yeah, if you're in a pub and you say that, somebody will just be like, hey, shut up, you know, I'm smarter than you. Like, it's tough. So yeah, we can kind of go through some of those decisions. Something I was gonna say, like just as I was thumbing through your item builds and as you were mentioning, you know, AC versus Shivas and stuff, I would say that just actually kind of in general as I'm looking at this, like favoring like one control item somewhere in your build, I think would benefit you a lot.
Okay.
Like this game that I'm just looking at, for example, and you know, I not necessarily this one, but like all of them in particular kind of have a similar progression to them, where you're just kind of stacking on more and more and more tankiness, which is good because you know once you get to a certain point of tankiness as Veno, you're really effective. But like there's diminishing returns on tankiness, right? Because there's a certain point at which you're living long enough that you're going to get off all you're going to get off, right? And any amount of time that you're living beyond that, you're kind of just an annoyance to the other team versus being impact, right?
Yeah, because all I'm doing is right-clicking.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so, you know, in this game, what's jumping out to me is that, like, okay, you have Solar Crest, Crimson Guard, AC, and Spirit Vessel. And, I mean, Spirit Vessel's not really an armor item, but it's got a little bit of armor on it. So, like, you've got 4 items that are contributing to you having a lot more armor, which is theoretically good because you're against a Jug, an AM, and a Pango, so that is a lot of physical damage. But at the same time, like, you know, is the Crimson Guard, or is the Solar Crest really going to be, like, you know, the make or break on whether you live or die in an engagement against one of those, right? And to me, the answer to that question is not really, and what I would see as being like an impact item that would kind of break this matchup, right? Like if you just met the Juggernaut in the jungle and he's running at you, you know, having a Solar Crest or not, or having an AC or not, isn't going to swing the tide against that one hero, but maybe having a Sheepstick or a Wind Waker or a what's that item called, Glepnir or something like that, might actually help you, you know, kind of survive those types of things. So I would just in terms of like thought space for when you're building items, I would just consider thinking about like, okay, how can I get some control? Because that's one of Veno's worst points is he has no hard disable, right? He has no way to interrupt TPs. He has no way to stun, like, a fat-ass Legion commander that's blinking on your team, messing everything up. You don't really have any, like, defensive spells or items. Like, you know, you don't have a way to survive if somebody gets on top of you. So getting that, you know, like a Wind Waker is like a really good item on Veno. You could do, you know, again, Glepnir, kind of the same thought. Like in that game against the Naga, like upgrading the Maelstrom to a Glepnir might have really helped you control her illusions, control the swarm that was running at you. Sheepstick is always a really good item. It just keeps your mana high. It really helps you disable like hard carries and stuff. So I just kind of get that thought in your head of like, actually, E-Blade and Bloodthorn are also both really good candidates for that kind of same idea of like if there's a hard right clicker, getting an E-Blade, like especially like against a Jug or something, like E-Blading yourself so you can't get ultied, or E-Blading him after all of his spells are down for extra damage and slows, really awesome. Bloodthorn, kind of the same thing. If you have like a spellcasty type hero that's really messing up your day, there's a Storm Spirit that's jumping on you all the time, you know, you can lean into that a bit. So I generally like your item progression just in your thought process in terms of like, oh hey, I'm gonna like just get tanky, support my team, get a bunch of auras. That's the right way to go. But like with your 4th or 5th item, I would definitely start thinking about like, okay,
some kind of control.
Yeah, like I should be doing something to negate their ability to play Dota, right? Because right now what I see just from your item build, not without even watching the game, is that the other team is just playing their game, and you're hoping that your numbers are high enough that they, you know, kind of burn out before they get to play it. Versus if you have a Sheepstick, you can like run at somebody and lock them down, and then they can't play their game, right? And then your team can come in and follow up with a stun and whatnot. So,
okay, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Cool. So the second question I was going to ask was, how are you feeling about like playing Veno in general? Like we brought that up as kind of a thing that might kick off getting to know like your playstyle, the way that you want to control the map and stuff. But it's been like kind of 3 weeks now of just slamming hard on one hero, and there is kind of diminishing returns on how much more you play a hero, and of course, you'll want to play it in the future because now you're comfortable with it. But is there a hero that you want to kind of move on to and start kind of taking some of these lessons over to, and you want me to like introduce you to going out from here?
Yeah, I mean that sounds like I always love learning new heroes. So is there, like, I guess in the off lane, I have played, let's see, I played some Bristle. I really enjoyed playing Bristleback.
Yep.
I've played, I'm like looking through my numbers, because there's definitely like heroes I played like one game on and that's it. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other kind of off-laney heroes that I've played, like off-lane core. Apparently I've played Magnus, but I don't really remember. That had to be forever ago. Hold on, when was that?
Timo was
yeah,
on the
my
Play
last
Dota
Magnus
forums before
game.
Pendragon's
Okay, was
for League.
apparently I played.
Timo was a Dota hero
in July, but okay, I don't remember that at all. Mars I played a bit of. I liked playing Mars. Yeah, I don't know. Is there one that you have been thinking of that kind of is building on some of the things that we're learning and you think would be a good kind of next fit?
So I guess to me, like the things that, so when we were talking about this originally, the few heroes that I kind of said that I thought would kind of fit the style of play that you described to me were Nature's Prophet, Pangolier, Venomancer, and I think there was one other, and I can't remember which hero it was. But now that you've kind of played a bit of Veno, and I've kind of really gotten into the headspace of kind of the things that I've been teaching you and the places we've been going, I think I'm kind of tending towards I guess a bit of a different idea of, I think Night Stalker was the other hero I said. Because you said you wanted to kind of be a pest, you wanted to be all over, you wanted to be annoying people, sniping couriers, that sort of thing. And those heroes really do that. They kind of are hyper mobile, they're always kind of behind the enemy, they're always messing up the back lines of fights, they're being real pests, they're taking up a lot of space, making it hard to walk into them.
Yep.
And so those were kind of the heroes that came to mind. But when you said that you really enjoyed playing Bristleback, and we got into talking about controlling space and this entire idea of like, hey, here's how you take over a map and occupy space, and here's how you posture on a team. I'm really starting to think that it might be worth getting you to play some heroes that are real kind of space bullies, I guess.
Ooh, I want to be a bully.
Yeah,
okay.
so Bristleback is a great example of that, because fundamentally what he does in Dota is he creates space by pushing further forward than any other hero can go, right? He is basically one of the tankiest heroes in the game. So by progressing really far forward into the enemy team, into their tier 2s, like behind their lines, and tanking creep waves and stuff, you're fundamentally creating space behind you that is safe for your team to occupy, and it helps you control more of the map, right? You can walk forward without dying more than almost any hero in the game, and therefore the other team kind of has to cede that territory to you and let you just encroach on their jungle and move forward. So
and their fountain.
Exactly, right? And so that kind of thought process is kind of what I think is going to be beneficial to you, because as we've been talking about Veno, I've been saying, okay, you want to inch forward, you want to take that space with your wards, you want to make it really hard for the enemy team to approach. Now I think the next logical progression is getting you on a hero like a Bristle, like a Doom, like a Tidehunter, a Timbersaw, and really show you how you can kind of use that tanky offlane position to, kind of puff your chest and walk forward and challenge the enemy team, and kind of know your limits, but progress up the map and really take away that space and be a space creator. So to me, that's kind of what sounds like logical, but does that make sense to you? Is that exciting? Okay, cool.
Yes, it's all exciting, I'll be honest. But yes.
Sweet.
That sounds great.
Right on. Okay, so I think if I were to put up the prime candidates for this type of play. I would say like Axe, Bristleback, Centaur, Doom, Tidehunter, Timbersaw, and maybe like Underlord. Do any of those heroes jump out at you as ones that you particularly want to play, that you're super interested in, that you just like the look of, like?
So, let's see. Most of those, I will say, I haven't even played like a game or more than one game on. But I've been killed by enough Axe and Doom players that I those stand out to me. I haven't really played against or played as Underlord very much, but I have seen, and I know this is not a good judgment because obviously the level I'm playing at is very different, but I've seen him a lot in professional play and thought like his abilities and like the kinds of plays he can make are really, really cool. Let me see. Who else were you saying? Let's see, Doom.
I think, actually, you know what? Let's just... oh, wait, can I... Okay, let's just, like... Here. Okay. Here, I'm gonna...
Are you making a Jess category?
I am.
Yay!
Just so I can put it on the screen for you.
I get my own category. All right.
Okay, let's go like.
Oh, apparently I have 100 win streak with Timbersaw because I played a single game a year ago.
Oh, 100% win streak.
At 1 in-the-morning, so that might not have been sober Jess. So good job, me. There are a few like a Nature's Prophet that if it's after midnight, it's a little bit of a dice roll as to whether or not I was doing my slightly tipsy, all random.
Yeah, I know those games. The entirety of my Pudge career is drunk.
Okay, so this is what I've heard. Is Loafbone was telling me that you can only play Pudge when you are in some state of inebriation. And according to this, I don't have any Pudge games, so I must have played Turbos. But that was... I remember that being a little bit disastrous.
I feel like there was one here that I said that I missed out on here. Axe, Bristle, Centaur, Doom, Tide, Timber, Underlord. Is there one that I missed here? No, okay. I think this is a pretty good list. I'm just looking through the other categories here just to see if there's anyone. No, I mean, like, Brood also kind of fits the bill here, but I don't know if...
Brood's really bad right now, right?
Yeah, Brood is really bad, and it's very difficult to be good with Brood. It's like, it's a very odd hero. You need to have a lot of situational awareness. Okay. Alright, so, I would say these are kind of the top candidates here. And like I said, like, when I said, like, do any of these to, like, look cool, like, I kind of meant that, like, a lot of times when you're getting into Dota, it really is just about, like, finding a hero that you just kind of cling on to, that you identify with, that you like, that's fun, that's, like, you know, it's cool to, like, get into a hero that you can feel like you just enjoy, like, lore-wise or art-wise or whatever as well. So, like, you know, I think all of these are completely legitimate candidates for you kind of learning the lessons that we're trying to learn and for, you know, gaining MMR and improving and stuff. So, you know, don't feel bad if you just like, oh, this hero looks cool, I want to try it. You know, like, that's totally chill.
So in that case, let me see here. Looking at them. The ones that look cool. So I will admit that in terms of like play style and things that I've seen done, Timbersaw is probably the most intimidating for me because I've just seen like really, really good Timbersaw players, and kind of for me, I'm like, oh my god, I don't even know how that works. In terms of heroes that look cool, of all of these heroes, I have the coolest set probably for Doom. So, like, the cosmetics that I have for all of these heroes, probably Doom looks the coolest. But I was just kind of looking at his abilities. Blah, 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 blah. This is deactivated. Will not acquire the creep's abilities. Duration is equal. Okay, so we can, like, eat a creep and get abilities, or eat a enemy. Oh my god. Okay. Flames. Flaming sword. And then, of course, Doom. I do know what his ult is. But, yeah, I mean... Ooh, you have a cool set, too.
Yeah, I really like my Doom set.
I guess, and this is... I know that there are heroes, like, that are really strong counters for, say, like, Bristle or something. But are there one of these heroes that maybe is, like, there are not as many clear hero counters so that I can feel a little more confident, like, spamming it and just learning it in...
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, like, all of these in general have their weaknesses. Like, Tide, Timber, Bristle, and Centaur. Actually, well, all of these heroes except for maybe Doom are pretty susceptible to break in general. So any hero that's going to build a Silver Edge is going to give you a hard time. Mostly because they all have passives that make them tankier. So you're like... Which is part of why they're good space creators, is because they're tanky as shit, but it also means that they're susceptible to having that ability stripped from them. In general, I would say, like, the counter ability of these is all pretty much the same. I would say the few kind of handful of things that really mess them up are, like, collectively as a group, all of these heroes suffer from the ability, or from the fact that they have low mana pools. So mana burn is a real tough, tough problem for them to solve. Invokers that are Quas Wex, or like gyros that build Diffusal at TI or whatever, right? And they all suffer from, like, that problem of break. And I would say that in general they all suffer from, like, the problem of being tanky and getting hit with percentage damage. So, like, Zeus's and Life Stealers and Urn of Shadows, and not Urn, but Spirit Vessel and stuff. So that's kind of a collective problem for all of them. They all kind of have those same main categories. I would say that in general, Timber is probably the most, like, draft counterable, because if he ends up against, like, 5 magic heroes, like, if you're just laning against, like, a Luna or something that just can, like, eclipse you, your armor stacks aren't quite gonna matter. And there's ways to play around it for sure, but in general, like, Timber is very armor focused. And the others in this category are pretty generally tanky in both regards. So yeah, I wouldn't say that there's anything that, like, really stands out to me as, like, this hero's going to be way better in a million more scenarios. As you can see from my Dota Plus ranks, I like Centaur and Doom a lot for pubs, just because they feel like they're kind of, jack of all trades. Like, it feels like their kit can kind of do everything you need. Tidehunter and Underlord are very teamfight focused, so I play them a lot more in competitive matches than I do in pub matches. They are great pub heroes. There are ways that you can play them that can take over a game, but you can be a much bigger, like, solo playmaker on the other 5 than these two.
Okay. So I think leaning towards then the ones that are more solo playmakers, because I think if I find, teams that I can play with even at, like, kind of a lower MMR, and I start working in that regard, then learning more of the teamfight heroes makes sense. But I think I have to kind of not require relying on my team for a lot of coordination.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I guess then let's say Tide and Underlord are out. Of the other 5, would you prefer to be more of a team fight initiator, or more of a shit disturber, or more of, like, just a tanky beefstick?
Shit disturber.
Shit disturber? Okay, so the ones that I would categorize as ship the server are like Axe, Bristle, Doom.
Okay.
And like
I think
they all kind of overlap a little bit, but of those three, what do you feel?
So let's see. So of those three,
we can also work on multiple as well. Like we could just go over them,
I played a bit of Bristle. I've apparently played like one game on Doom, and I've never played Axe before ever. So of those three, which would you say is like the strongest solo playmaker?
Probably Axe, but Doom is a close second, and the thing that I like about Doom, and the reason I've played him so much, is because he's hyper flexible in terms of, item build and style of play. His ability to kind of eat a creep and gain its ability means that you can take on a lot of the different roles that other heroes would do. Like, for example, with Doom, sometimes what I'll do is if I'm just really rich and I'm just rolling in it in lane, I'll get a Midas and I'll go into a Radiance and then I'll get like a fucking like Crimson Guard and an AC and just be a big tanky motherfucker that just like runs around and doesn't give a shit. Or if like I really need to be able to catch people and like start fights, I'll build a Blink Dagger and then you can eat the like Centaur creep and get the stun. And you can, like, blink stomp on people and, like, catch Storm Spirits and Ember Spirits and shit and then doom them and, like, really fuck their day up. So...
Ooh, okay. All right, let's do Doom.
Okay.
Doom.
Cool.
Doom.
All right.
I vote Doom. Okay.
Dope. Let's do it. All right. So I will just jump into a demo and just kind of show off his abilities for you, and you can kind of ask him a question, and then we can get straight into it here. So you did read his abilities here. Q eats a creep, and actually, I don't know if there's any way to make a neutral creep on the demo map here. Create neutrals? Or does spawn neutrals do anything on this map? No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, so we'll have to kind of go over those in game. But basically, yeah, so Q devours a creep. And you gain its ability. So, one thing that you'll learn while you're playing Doom is what all of the jungle creeps do. And there's a lot of interesting little ones that we can get you on later.
I've done a bit of that playing Enchantress.
Yep.
So, kind of manipulating, like, I don't know their proper names, but, like, the Stomping one or the Net one.
Yep.
Like, the Purge one.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I don't know their names, but...
Yep. Lots of cool little ones, too. Like, I like taking, like, the Kobold Foreman on Doom sometimes because it just gives him a flat movement speed aura that, like, makes him super fast and really easy to, like, chase people down and catch them and stuff. So, lots of options there. So, when you eat a creep, based on the creep's, I think, HP, this thing will tick down, and when it ticks down, you get a bonus of gold. Basically, like a little Midas.
Ooh, okay.
And
so
then,
gold? Wow. All right.
Yeah, so it gives you bonus gold. It gives you 60, 110, 160, 210. So that's a big part of why Doom can be really effective, is because he just gets a fuck ton of extra gold. And if you get Doom up to a high, or if you get Devour up to a high level, you get creeps and you get gold. And so a lot of people will just like get quick Midases with that because they're just getting extra gold in lane, and they'll, they'll go into a quick Midas, and then they have two ways to just nom creeps for bonus gold, and they'll just accelerate their game super quick. So, like, we can get it more into, like, what you want to use Devour for as the game goes on, because this is your biggest, like, kind of contextual thing in the game, right? What creep do you grab for the game that you're playing in? Later on in the game, there's a talent that allows you to eat ancients with Doom. So sometimes you'll want to grab an ancient creep to get more HP or to get the frenzy aura or whatever it happens to be. So this will be kind of your big like game decision. What do I need this game? That, like, when we were talking about like items and stuff, like, oh, how do I deal with X hero? This is the aura that I need to pick up with Devour.
Okay. Yep.
His W is just damage in an AoE with movement speed, so think about it as just like boots and a radiance when you turn it on. So you just slowly start ticking everything down around you. This is part of why radiance is like it used to be kind of the item on Doom, not really anymore, but like yeah, it just makes you a big, scary motherfucker. You walk around, you do a bunch of burn damage. It makes you like a real pest in team fights because you're always canceling blinks, you're ticking people down. And there are talents that both increase the, or it increases the damage, lowers the cooldown, and increases the movement speed. So Scorched Earth can get to be a real crazy ability if you spec into it, because you can get an extra 20 damage per second, you can get reduced cooldown, so its uptime is way more frequent, and you get bonus movement speed, so you can move around a lot quicker. So, so yeah, in general, not too, like, complex of an ability, very straightforward. You turn it on, you run at people, you do a bunch of damage. It used to also give health regeneration, but I don't think it does that anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. So yeah, the last thing is Infernal Blade. So this is just a small stun that deals burn damage, and it does percentage damage, so it's very good against tanky heroes. So you hit somebody, it does a little micro stun, and then it burns them down, and they take a bunch of damage. So really good against high HP targets. You're going to want to use that on the enemy offlaner. You know, big scary heroes like Timbersaw or like Lifestealers and stuff are going to get absolutely messed up by Infernal Blade.
So it's kind of like a mini stun plus Spirit Vessel?
Yep, basically. So
okay.
yeah, it does stun for 0.6 seconds, does a burn for 4 seconds. The burn does a base amount of damage, and then a percentage of their max HP is damage. So yeah, 5% of their max HP. So you're basically doing, yeah, I guess, is that? Yeah, I guess that would be 20% of their HP over the duration of the ability. So yeah, that's really huge against like super tanky heroes.
Yep.
And then finally, Doom. You know what Doom does? 16-second pure disable, no items, no T, nothing. Bunch of damage per second. Absolutely monstrous ability. You want to use that on like heroes that are, you know, really spellcasty or have just big high impact abilities and stuff. Carries that need to get a BKB off. Whatever. Yeah. So Doom, that's the big thing. In terms of his abilities, or like his kind of options here, his Shard basically just makes Infernal Blade stun longer and do more damage. So it's a really, really good pickup. You'll usually want it around that 20 to 25 minute mark in every single game. Sometimes you'll want to bypass it, and we'll kind of get into that a little bit later. Ags makes Doom apply a break and increases the duration. So if you're against a hero like a Timbersaw or something, or a Bristleback that really needs to have that break applied to them, sometimes you want to go for that. Aghanims. In terms of his...
I'm really seeing what you meant about him being very versatile.
Yeah.
Like, this is usually, you know, when I think about a lot of these different scenarios that you're describing, I think of like specific heroes for each of these separate scenarios, and it's like, oh, with the right itemization or Ags versus or devouring the right creep or something, it's like, wow, okay, this is awesome.
Yeah, and this is why I like to play him in pubs a lot, because it's a hero that you can pretty easily pick in the first phase or the second phase and not feel like you're, you know, giving away the game. Like, of course there are heroes that like lane against him decently, or that you don't really want to doom, but fundamentally, like, you can customize this hero over the course of a game to match almost anything that the other team can throw against you. So it's a really versatile hero for pubs, and it really is always a pain in the ass for the other team, no matter what. And he's very forgiving too, right? Because he has an ability that gives you gold and allows you to just like kill jungle creeps. It makes it very hard to shut a Doom down, right? You know, if the other team kills you a couple times in lane, you're always still going to have a certain amount of gold, and you're always going to have Doom, which is going to be able to impact team fights and stuff, right? So almost no matter what, you're going to be a relevant hero, even if you're having a rough game. So that's one of the other big upsides to Doom, is that he's very kind of forgiving if you know, are smart about using his abilities, even in a game that you're behind in.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like where I can do things even when I suck. So yes. Okay.
So yeah, and then looking at talents, like I said, like it's very flexible and it depends on the game. At most levels, I think it's kind of just a question of utility and survivability versus damage, right? Level 10, you've got magic resistance versus scorched earth damage, right? If you're on top of the game and you're farming well and you're kind of winning, I would just go for damage, kill people more. If there's a lot of magic damage, get magic resistance. Level 15, you get the option of being able to devour ancients versus scorched earth cooldown. And that choice is going to come down to whether you feel that any of the ancient creeps can really benefit the game and the style of game that you're playing. Again, very contextual. Do I need the Frenzy Aura? Do I need the Health Aura? Do I need like the Ancient Black Dragon, like splash damage? Or can I just lower my Scorched Earth cooldown and be kind of constantly on people with that damage per second, right? Level 20, Scorched Earth movement speed versus Doom DPS. Again, do I need to be able to move faster, be more disruptive in team fights, or do I just need to do way the fuck more damage with Doom? Level 25, you get a 150% cleave talent, which is pretty crazy, versus Infernal Blade damage. So cleave I would take if you need to like clear a lot of creep waves, if you're cutting waves, if you're kind of being a pest on the map with like a blink dagger and you're just like clearing, you want to clear creeps faster and control more of the map, or Infernal Blade damage if you just need to, deal with some tanky motherfucker. Again, like, it does 5% of health as damage, so adding on another 2.1, you're up to over 7% of their health in a 4-second tick. So over 4 seconds, you're doing 28, almost 30% of their health in damage on one ability, right? So real scary there, and, again, none of these options are really bad. It's just all going to matter. It's all going to matter kind of what the state of the game is.
Yep, that makes sense.
So yeah, cool. Any questions, or do you feel like you want to kind of just jump into it?
Let me see. Yeah, let's jump in. I am just looking over.
My flame burns brighter.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. No. Sorry, I was just rereading abilities and looking at. Also, sometimes I get like like hints of combos or things when I look at the relics for a hero.
Yeah.
Like it sometimes tells me like sort of what expected types of stuff. So I was just looking over those. But yeah. All right.
Right on. Just wanted to see really quick.
What are you looking for?
I was looking through my.
The fire starts.
Can I see my just loadout for the one here? Oh. Okay. I was, for some reason I thought I had like 20 of these immortal hands, and I was just gonna send one to you, but
I just bought myself the immortal
there you
hand.
go.
Yep.
Perfect.
I'm sorry. If it's like $1 and I'm learning a hero. Plus I have a very pretty set for Doom, so I wanted the cool immortal hand to go with it. So
cool. All right.
Custom I'm a sucker for custom icons.
Yeah. No, it's one of the coolest ones, and I really like, because it gives him like a custom devour animation too, where he like puts his hand out and like sucks the creep into his hand, so it's fucking dope.
Yes.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, cool.
A very pretty boy. Okay.
I will drop out of the party here, queue it up offlane, and let me know when you're in the draft, and I'll hop in and we can do it live.
Alrighty.
So, in terms of like game plan for Doom, again, like I said, he's very versatile. He's a big shit disturber. The big thing is that again, because he's very flexible, you have a lot of decisions to make in a game. That's going to include like everything straight up from skill builds all the way up to your late game itemization and stuff.
Okay.
In terms of like lane, I've seen every different type of Doom build, and I was even playing him the other week, and somebody was like, "Oh, that's not the build anymore." I was like, "Oh, what's the build?" I don't know. So, like, what I think people tend to do is start with a point and devour and then max out the W. But I have seen, you know, any ability being maxed, and it kind of just depends on the lane again. Devour, if you were to max it, is very greedy. It doesn't give you a lot of utility in lane. It doesn't really do a lot to harass the enemy hero, but it means that you're accelerating your economy a lot more. So sometimes what I'll do is if I kind of just feel in control of the lane, if I'm kind of already, like if I have a 4 that's super harassy and just like is making the carry's life hell already, I'll just put an extra greedy point in Devour, just so that I can just get more gold and just greed out the first half of the game. There, you know, it's kind of like putting points in Greevil's or Greevil's Greed on Alchemist. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Greevil's Greed. Whereas his W is definitely like the just fighting ability, right? It gives you that movement speed, does a ton of damage per second in AoE. So if you're in a 2v2 lane, it means that you're doing equal damage to both the carry and the support at the same time, which is really good for brawling and for chasing. And, like, you know, if the person's out of position, if they're way close to your tower, getting on top of them and just messing their day up. Really good. And then his E is probably the highest single target damage ability that he has. So if you're against, like, a single hero that's really messing your day up, if, like, you know, the other team swaps their lanes around and thinks, haha, I'll put a Timbersaw against this Doom to mess up his day because he's a strength hero, then you would go for that. So, again, very contextual. I think the most common build is people will go Q and then max W with 1 point in E. So they'll go like Q, E, W, 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 or Q, W, E, W, W, W. Yeah, we'll kind of see as we get into the game here. So
Sounds good. All right, I am in the draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
Internal error. Uh-oh. Unable to coach. Internal error. Hello. Dota.
Dota.
I'll just reboot real quick and see if that changes it.
Don't leave me alone.
Well, I went to watch live and that worked, and then I was like, oh yeah, if I watch live I can't like draw on your screen, so I went back to exit and tried to coach, but yeah, we'll see.
Let's see. So this recommends starting with 2 gauntlets of strength, the quelling blade, and the tangos. Does that sound like a good start?
That does sound pretty good. Okay, so it's not letting me coach, but I'll just watch live, and I won't be able to draw on your screen, but that's okay.
Dota, why are you causing issues?
Earth shaking.
Actually,
Can I invite you? Invite to coach? Can I do that? No. All right.
wait, try that. Try that again. I'm gonna leave the game. Try that and see if the invite works.
I don't think I can invite you to coach. Can I?
I don't know. I know, like,
Because I can invite to party and.
you might be able to like request a coach in the game in that top right corner. There's that little
Oh yeah.
there's that little thing, and then maybe I can jump in through there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let me just grab my starting items.
Yeah, so I would actually start, Ring of Protection instead of one of those gauntlets. Go, like, Ring of Protection, yes, Gauntlet of Strength, and then Quelling Blade and Regen, I think is the way to go.
You got it.
Doom, I think, has 0 starting armor. So
Really?
Yeah.
A tanky boy. Okay.
He's tanky health-wise. He is absolutely shit for armor for the first few levels. His armor gain, I think, is really, or his, like, I think his agi gain is surprisingly good for a strength hero, so he does get armor as the game goes on. But yeah, he's particularly shitty level 1 armor. Very squishy, so.
Okay, so it's looking for a coach.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, there we go. Start coaching. Hey, that worked. Alright, sweet.
Yay!
Loafbone says,
Okay.
I thought he had an armor now. And maybe they did give him 1 armor. I know. Oh, yeah, they did. They did give him armor. Oh, okay. Right, okay, that was the big patch. Okay, so he used to have... So Devour used to give HP regeneration, so they made him very So they took away the regeneration, and then they gave him base armor and some base regen. That's what it was. He used to not have anything, and then it was all on his abilities, and now it's the other way around. So, yeah, okay. He is tankier than I thought, which is actually okay.
So first point you said in Devour, right?
Yeah, and what you're going to do, actually, is after the runes, you're going to walk basically, like, around here, and you're going to cut the wave, you're going to eat a creep, and then TP back to your tier 1.
Cut the wave.
Actually,
where?
You might
Sorry?
not be able to TP. You're gonna walk basically between the tier 1 and the tier 2 and just eat the range creep. Because
on their side.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go up here.
Wait, up
Oh
here?
yeah.
Oh,
Like
on
the bottom ones. Yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Might be a little late for it. You should just walk to lane at this point. It's gonna be, it's fine. Sorry, I should have told you this beforehand. I was like busy trying to like get you into the coaching slot and stuff. But yeah, what a lot of Dooms will do is they'll just like walk down into here and like snatch the creep wave, and eat the range creep. Because then Devour is on cooldown much quicker. You get that guaranteed XP, and your lane ends up fine. So first couple levels are going to be kind of rough, especially against the Drow. So I was going to say just keep doing that kind of aggro trick and pull the creeps back so that you can get easy last hits. And then you can't effectively do much to Drow until you're a couple levels in. So yeah, good last hitting. Your Pudge is messing up the Earthshaker, keeping him away from you. So good there.
Come on, little beans. Come to me, please. So, in terms of early itemization, what am I building these strength items into?
So you've got a couple options. Soul Ring is pretty good because your hero has decent regen. Sometimes what I'll do with those is I'll go for a Bracer, and then I'll turn the Ring Protection into a Buckler that I can use for like Vlad's or AC later. But yeah, I think Soul Ring's okay for now.
Okay.
Yeah, just eat the range creep again. And there is actually a Kobold Foreman over at the small camp, which is a great early creep for you. So with your next Devour, I would walk over to the small camp and pick that up.
Okay. And then I'm guessing 1 point in the Scorched Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're going to go 1-1-1 and then max Scorched Earth in this lane.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Activate Scorched Earth and just get in front of that. Oh, nice. Big hook. A good budge. That's rare. Sweet. Yeah, get your boots. And I was going to say a Magic Wand, but this is a really bad Magic Wand lane. They really don't have many spells to cast, so I would just get the boots.
Ooh, my goodness, sorry. I need a new mouse. This is...
Alright, so go to the small camp with that Devour, and eat that Kobold Foreman.
That's the Hellbear. I went the wrong way. I'm sorry. I was looking at the shop, and that wasn't very smart. Good job, me. Okay. Well, next one.
Yeah. So you got the Cloak Aura, which means that you get a bunch of magic resist. Not super useful against Drow, but might help you against Earthshaker.
Yeah. Learn through mistakes, I guess. You even said small camp. What the heck? Brain. Okay. All right. Waking up. Playing Dota. All right.
Might just have to let that range creep go.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Sucks.
Like hell.
Oopsies. No! Butt face. Alright. I'm gonna head over to the small camp.
Start looking for your phase boots pretty much as soon as you can. Alright, so it's going to be a little while before you want to change your creep, so just right-click on Devour to turn it off of autocast. And what that does is it basically makes it so that when you eat a creep now, you don't steal its ability.
Oh.
So you
okay,
can
sweet.
kind of use it as like a pseudo Midas without the worry of switching up your creep all the time. Because it used to be that you had to like go find a creep that didn't have an ability just for the sake of like not changing up the ability that you have or that you want, but they added that in so that you can not have to worry about it now. And yeah, you can feel how like crazy fast this hero gets with that aura plus just like your boots and stuff. It makes you into a real scary motherfucker.
I think I'm getting a little more used to his right-click animation as well.
Oh yeah, go chase the Dread. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I got that was a very good Fisher.
Yeah. Punch will be okay.
All right.
No worries. Yep. Just eat range creeps. Get nice and chunky. So now that you have your phase boots, like just look out for little opportunities where you can kind of like step forward and just Infernal Blade the Drow. You're gonna have a huge movement speed advantage, especially when you activate the phase boots. So like, just kind of, you know, if she walks up to like hit a range creep or something, and you can just like step forward and hit her, it's gonna make her lane really suck. And you kind of wanted to play defensive until now, but you have a lot of armor, you have a lot of regen, and then you have that movement speed bonus. So it's really, really hard for them to effectively like lock you down and keep you from just kind of doing as you please in this lane. You can turn and fight. You can turn and fight. Yeah. 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 There you go. Beauty. And just watch them burn. Phase boots through.
Pudge, move, 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 move. Get him.
Alright, no worries. Can you eat catapults?
Um.
I don't know if they're the right like level creep. I think you have to get a couple levels in first. With this creep wave, I would honestly dive here. Like they're so low, you could probably just like turn on Scorched Earth and just run at them. Yeah, yeah, just get on it. Keep going. Yeah, she's just gonna burn. Nice, beauty. Well done. I really like that you like held back the auto attack, so you didn't aggro the tower there, and you just let the burn damage do its thing.
That's exactly what I was doing. That was 100% intentional. It's my knowledge, my deep founded knowledge of tower mechanics coming into play.
Right on. So, looking at your next item, honestly, in a game like this, I would pretty heavily consider a Midas. I really like how, you know, like you can run a game when you have a Midas on Doom.
Thank you.
And it's not the best. Pros don't go for it, but in a pop that's uncoordinated and yeah, and especially just like when you're off to a good start, like when you can get it by like 10 or 11 minutes, it's almost always going to be a benefit to you. So I would just say go for it. Munch that creep. Nom it. Yeah, make sure you're always keeping Devour on cooldown. Yeah, like it's like a Midas. Leaving any cooldown seconds on the table is a slight against God. So
you got it. All right, I'll watch that.
But yeah, it honestly, like you own this lane right now. Like they're so scared to come here because you're level 6, and at any moment, if they show themselves, you could press R and just chase them under the tower like you just did. Like it's kind of gross. So yeah, just farm. I would like push the wave, like just kind of aggressively hit the creeps, and then you can go hit the hard camp as well. Like just try to optimize your economy at this point, basically, right? Like just get through the lane creeps and then just go to the jungle creeps and do it all kind of over. I would like Scorched Earth from the small camp and walk over to the hard camp and just like kind of burn them both down with it. And you can, yeah, you can use Infernal Blade on the big creeps and stuff to cut them down a little bit quicker. Devour one of the small creeps. Watch your health. Yeah.
Oh, I can't do the big ones. Okay,
Yeah,
that was my fault.
so-
I was waiting. Yep.
Yeah, so Devour actually has like levels to it where you can devour bigger creeps the more levels you have in it, which is odd, but yeah, that was one of the changes they made so that you couldn't just get like a top tier creep right away.
Gotcha. Oh, this is. I am
Yeah,
going to
this
use that
is-
and hopefully get. I don't want to really show in
Yeah, I
lane being
know.
like this low, but
You're gonna find a
let's
cell
hope for a
every-
healing side. No,
I would honestly just walk
this
base
might
at
be
this
a
point.
walk back. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. I think yeah, that hard camp and small camp stack together made it a little bit awkward, but. But you've got a full Midas now, so when you get back to lane, you can kind of do the same thing. Devour Midas, and then you're off to the races. You're going to be, you know, you're going to be rolling in XP and gold.
Sweet. All right.
Yeah, Midas like that big creep in the camp or whatever, and then farm it up. And right now, you should be kind of just thinking about murdering Drow. Like, if she ever shows in lane, like, I would just throw on Scorched Earth, Phase Boots, and just run at her. Because this is kind of where you get to being the big scary shit disturber Doom, where you just say, like, I'm tanky as fuck, I'm 2 levels up on you, I have Doom, and you're gonna be afraid of me, right? And this is kind of... You'll hear this said a lot, like, in pro broadcasts and stuff. They'll say, like, oh, the whole threat of having the ability is almost more, like, better than the ability itself. Which is kind of true, because this is kind of like a Ravage type thing, where it's a long cooldown.
Almost like the ability itself is kind of the space maker.
Yeah, because, like, the threat of getting doomed means that Drow can never be in this lane. And if you doom her unsuccessfully and she survives, then she knows that you can't run at her and kill her, right? So she can farm more aggressively in this lane. Right now, she's fucked off to the jungle because she knows that if she shows up, you're going to press R button and kill her, which is just absolutely terrifying. So, but you've got a siege creep here. You can get this tower for sure, and then do exactly what we talked about in terms of like with Veno play, which is, you know, get the building and then walk into the jungle and start kind of eating up space, right? You can basically beeline it across their jungle to mid. Do Morphling if you see him, get the mid tower. Like, you can kind of do whatever you want on this map right now.
And in terms of itemizing, or I'm sorry, well, 2 questions. In terms of next item, and also in terms of now that I have my Scorched Earth maximized, how do I want to go about getting my abilities here?
I honestly, like, alternate points a little bit. Use your Midas.
Okay.
Like, I actually kind of, go, like, a QE type thing, because Infernal Blade is the better ability for dealing damage, but Devour scales up your gold economy more, and it allows you to get, eat bigger creeps, right? So, it will pay off in some ways. Yeah, I would just walk across to mid right now, like, devour a creep, and then just, like, go throw it out. Your team's just owning the top lane right now, so the map's kind of free right now. The other team's just terrified.
And then itemizing. What am I building towards next?
Tough question. This game, they have a lot of physical damage, so I would say an armor item is going to be very beneficial. I would point towards, like, a Vanguard, but it's hard to say what Morphling's going to go for. He looks like he has, like, a Morbid Mask and a Glove of Haste right now, so I don't think he's going to go Shotgun right away. So I would lean towards getting a Vanguard or maybe a Vlad's for your team.
Ooh, I like the idea of Vlad's.
Yeah,
Alright,
Vlad's
let's
is
see.
very
Let's
good.
go to this piece, and this piece, and this piece.
Oh man, it's just controlling my top lane here.
This is a stomp, which is nice because I can learn the hero and learn the
good way
right
to
clicking and
dip
stuff.
your feet into it.
Yep.
On some creeps, Midas it up, yep. Boom. There you go. Right on. Cool. So go live kind of bottom half of the map. Your team is
Bottom half of the
top
map.
stirring shit up, but you want to be where the drought is, right? Again, like controlling space, going top doesn't really get you a lot. I would actually just TP right on that tower and challenge that Earthshaker. There's a lot of range creeps there to get, and you want to like... Yeah, your SF's gonna find an advantage.
So I'm looking at their... I was thinking of going the magic resistance talent here, but what do you think? Since we are ahead, I feel like the damage could be fun.
I would say the biggest magic resistance you're gonna face, or like the biggest reason you would want magic resistance is for the Morphling shotgun. But because we've seen that Morphling's not going for that build right away, I would say that your bigger concern should be damage at this point so that you can kind of continue rolling with this stomp, right? If you're ahead, you want to get more ahead instead of kind of backing up onto your heels and giving the enemy some space, right? So take damage, chase him down, just be a giant fucking murder machine. This guy shouldn't be scary for you. Like, I would throw on Scorched Earth, chase him down, Infernal Blade him, like... I wouldn't Doom for this, but you can, yeah, like... Again, like half his health for basically no commitment on your part, right? So you can do that almost anytime you see a hero, unless there's going to be 5 and you're in trouble, right? But yeah, you're looking good. I would move into their jungle and just try to occupy some space there. Unfortunately, your team's just kind of playing top. I would actually... yeah, you don't have a TP on your shit. And this is another one of those, like... Your team should be bottom, but they're top, so maybe you just go top. But you're okay for now. I would walk towards that Morphling and maybe try to find a pick there.
I find it easy to respect you.
Your hero is particularly good against Morphling because if you get Doom off, he's kind of just stuck. He can't really do a lot. His escape spells don't work, etc. So your team also just needs to get some vision up. Like, you don't see where they are at any point.
Yeah.
Yeah, try to go find a kill. Like, just be kind of kill thirsty right now. You are insanely strong compared to every other hero on the map. You're like higher levels than basically anybody. So anywhere that you see like Drow or Morphling, I would honestly just like walk or TP there and just chase. This is definitely a game where you just kind of want to be on the hunt constantly. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be good. Yeah, just phase boots.
Who do I want to? I think dooming the Willow is what I was thinking.
Yep. Nice. Hold on. Yeah, and it's funny because it's what I used to say when I was drafting is like the counter to Doom is sometimes just having too many targets to Doom, right? Like, if your team has like a Storm, an Ember, and a Morphling on it or something like that, and Doom has to pick one of the 3 to Doom while the other 2 wreak havoc, you kind of come out ahead on that, right? So it is a little tough. I would say this game, your prime Doom target is always going to be Morphling. If Morphling's not in the fight, Willow or Magnus are going to be kind of the next highest. Sometimes you want to hit Drow, but like if you're on top of Drow with Scorched Earth and your damage in general, you're not really that worried.
Oh god, I just am walking into this stuff. That was just me being bad at the game. But
Witchblade on that Dark Willow, eh? Was she proper offlane?
No, she wasn't in the offlane at all. Or no, yeah, I'm sorry, she was offlane, but who else would...
Magnus. I guess Magnus is offlane, but it's very weird item build.
Time is money.
How comfortable are you with like blink daggers in general? Like, I notice you don't play a lot of blink heroes. Have you played any like big initiators that really are blinky boys?
I've bought blinks. Like, I'm not gonna say that I know that, like, you know, max range or whatever to optimize it. Like, I'm definitely not that comfortable with it. But I've played a decent amount of sometimes people with blink. So I'm comfortable if we want to go that way this game.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, really right now what you want to do is make sure that you can get on top of Drow right now. Like, right, if you could blink at this exact moment, the Pudge landed the hook, but he wouldn't have needed to if you just blink, right? So I think blink is kind of your next big item that you want to get here, and you're almost to it, so... and with that, I would also say that you should start looking for a new creep to acquire. The Speedor is really nice for early game, but you've leveled up Devour now, so you can eat much bigger creeps. So I would go looking for a Centaur or a Troll Warlord, or not Troll Warlord, a Troll whatever the fuck they call them. And then you could also go for a Tomato.
Okay. I think I'm just putting some pressure on this tower because they're all top, so...
Okay, yeah, okay, they just showed 2 tops, so you're good there.
There's 3. There's the Drow, the Willow,
oh, yeah.
and...
I would actually TP up there and maybe fight. Okay, yeah, I thought your Witch Doctor was going to get away from that. Back up just a little bit, get that blink in your inventory. When your other heroes spawn, I think you can make a play here. But just be careful, because while everybody else is dead, you could just get blown up, so... But, like, blink dooming this Morphling, I think, is the play right now. Yeah, go for it, go for it, go for it. Oh, he had quick fingers.
Oh my god.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
Fuck. That might have been a bad call on my part, but... Yeah, that was a bad call. I really wasn't expecting them to just be baiting like that. I kind of expected more to just be terrible, but... another thing to kind of keep in mind there is also getting the Infernal Blade off. He's just eating up your team's neutral enemy. That Infernal Blade is really big, especially against Morphling, because it does percentage damage. Like, when he's transitioning his strength, you still shred a ton of his HP because of that ability. So,
gotcha,
sure
so maybe that first before I blink?
Yeah, like, sometimes when I blink, I will blink Infernal Blade, then Doom, because I think the animation for Infernal Blade is actually slightly quicker than it is for Doom. And because of that, you can get the stun off and then Doom during the duration of the Infernal Blade stun. And I think it actually gives them less time to, oh, what the heck? Oh, he just missed it. Oh, this is bad.
I'm getting back, maybe? Or actually...
Yeah, get the Infernal Blade, yeah. Go Devour and Midas.
Okay,
Alright, so I think right now, I would start looking at like an AC and then maybe a BKB as your items here. Like, ooh, you could just blink on that draw right now. Just blink forward. Yeah. Get your abilities up. Okay. Alright, you're fine.
you chased her out, which is nice.
Yeah.
Ooh. Haha.
Nice. Yeah.
Buddy. Ah, damn it. Alright.
Yeah,
we need like the Pudge and stuff with us.
Yeah,
but
that was one of those ones where it's just like super awkward because you should have killed that Magnus like well, not 30 seconds, but like 5 or 6 seconds earlier because you had that initial kind of catch. I would say be a lot more liberal with your Scorched Earth usage. I've noticed a couple times like you're kind of like blinking in and then just kind of waiting to use it. And in that scenario, had you just had it up when the Magnus came near, it would have canceled his blink, right? Then you wouldn't have gotten that blink and skewer and that sort of thing, right? So just like, again, it is a 27-second cooldown with a 16-second duration, so you basically have a 9-second downtime on it in fights. So when you're opening a fight, like, don't feel bad about just like throwing it up as whenever you see someone, right? It cancels blinks, it starts burning them, it makes it really awkward for the other team to kind of play around you. So good way to open things up. Like, I think when I'm starting a fight, like, just yeah, there you go, boom, just like that. This guy can't go anywhere. Just hit him. Yeah. Yeah, he will probably burn.
Come on, Void. Okay, well. Buddy, just fucking end him. Come on. Ay. Alright, I'm getting out.
Super awkward, yeah. What the fuck? Unfortunate. That was like probably that was a super shit chrono. If you had Infernal Bladed the Earthshaker there at the end, I think he dies. Like when I play Doom, I tend to just
post chrono.
Yeah, because you hit him once, but you did an Infernal Blade on that hit, and he walked away with like 50 HP or something. But yeah, like when I'm in team fights. I activate Devour and then eat the big creep there. It's better to have the move. Oh, you gotta do the right click thing and turn it on to autocast.
Oh, yeah, shit, yeah, okay.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Alright, so this is kind of the rough part about Doom, is that once Doom is down, you're gonna have a really hard time farming. Like, there's not a lot that you can contribute if your team doesn't fight here. Nice that. Oh, how did that burn? Alright, that's fine. Get the outpost there.
Yeah, we don't have any catch really for. I guess my stun is very short, so having no catch for the morph is tough because he just keeps like we almost keep getting him, and I get my E off on him, and then he just like runs away.
Which is why he kind of needs to be the Doom target as well. It's like there's no other way for your team to really keep him from doing that unless you get like an everything combo where it's like Chrono into a Witch Doctor ulti with Maledict or whatever the fuck, right? So, you're just gonna have a rough time with that in general. Look through the jungle really quick. Find a better creep. Like the Dark Troll Summoner might be a good option. If there's a
what
Centaur.
About? Yep. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So there's also that Raise Dead ability, which I actually kind of like. If you just like use it on a creep wave and then just like send your skeletons up, they actually do a lot of damage and they're pretty good at pushing. So, that's actually okay. Just walk away. Just walk away. You're totally good. You're totally good. Yeah.
Okay.
They just blew a bunch of stuff for nothing, and you can actually maybe go back in now because you've got Doom. Your Pudge is okay. Your team's kind of being. Yeah.
We got to get this tower down.
Oh yeah, just get that guy. Blink onto the Drow, and then...
Nope. That I cannot do. Oh, shit. Alright. Wow, that was my entire health. Like, the morph just wrecked me.
Yeah, and that was what I was kind of saying earlier, is that like your biggest magic damage concern is the Morphling Shotgun, and he just picked that up, so you got a couple key kills there, but yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
So this kind of gets to what Doom should be, which is, again, when we were talking about like being that shit disturber, you really need to be on backlines. What happened in that fight was that you got kind of caught fighting that Magnus because Magnus initiated before you did. And so because you were fighting him, Morphling and Drow walked in and did all the damage that they wanted to do. You got blown up by the Morphling, the rest of your team got blown up by the Drow. And when I was kind of saying in the fight, I was like, oh, just blink out the Drow. There was a moment in that fight there where Magnus blinked forward, but your Pudge dismembered him and your blink was still active. So you could have jumped over the fight and doomed the Drow and done a bunch of damage to her. And as soon as you doom her, she can't be throwing out abilities and messing up the game for you, right? So it's really your responsibility to make sure that carries can't do what carries want to do.
Okay.
And it is a little awkward because you kind of have like a bunch of heroes that want to do this this game. Like your Void theoretically wants to be chronoing their entire backline. Your Pudge kind of wants to be hooking them out, and your SF wants to be doing the Blink Yules combo. But really, like, yeah, it's... And that's why I've been saying to try to find a Centaur creep, because if you have a Centaur, you can blink over, stun, Infernal Blade, Doom, and the amount of disable that you have starts to, like, ramp up versus just being kind of that, like, you know, 0.6 second Infernal Blade disable that we were talking about earlier.
Dire structures fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, so I'm gonna come back here, do myself a cooldown. So it would help if we had, I wish we had some vision. Oh my gosh, alright. Let's see, where to go.
Super rough, I would just walk away, the fight's already lost, yeah. As soon as that skewer went off, you guys were just done. With a Pudge buyback and a Void ulti, you might be able to fight, so just kind of keep an eye on like bottom and mid. There might be something to be had here. Just watch out for the skewers, because this Magnus is just looking for him at this point.
Yeah. Kind of trying to stay a little more back here.
It is what one.
Okay.
Watch out for Earthshaker doing something like that again, because you could just throw on a Scorched Earth if he's coming in like that, and it'll cancel his blink coming out.
Yeah, let me actually mouse over this. Okay, the AoE range around me for Scorched Earth is way larger than I honestly thought. So.
Yeah, it's like a Radiance plus some. So yeah, it's really good, and yeah, again, it's really good at dealing with like the Magnus and the Earthshaker.
Should I just blink Doom him?
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't get his strength morph off. He just should die. Yeah, nice. Good stuff. Oh, and they got a bash. That's perfect. That's what you guys needed. Big time.
Okay. Doom DPS or Scorched Earth movement speed?
Hard to say this game. You need the DPS for the Morphling, but you also need the movement speed for like getting into and out of their team fight. I would say go for the Doom DPS. I think in this game it's more important that you get a big Doom off on Morphling, and then even if you die, your team can clean up, versus a situation where you're doing more of what Doom tends to want to do, which is like walk around a fight, be tanky, and just eat a lot of damage and cast Infernal Blade a million times. Another interesting thing you could do here is actually you could eat this the blue ogre, and you can basically like cast armor on yourself and everybody on your team, and it'll make this drow a lot less effective.
Okay.
Spider legs are a real good item on you.
Okay, let me grab
get that
this.
Earthshake. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Sorry. You're alright. Okay, cool. Watch out for this mag boy.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Mag. Alright. Void, would you like to do something? You have a fucking Chronosphere.
Oh, he got it! Nice.
Oh my Jesus
He's waiting
Christ.
for the moment.
Alright, this is It's back up now.
Nice. Good catch. Just get up. Oh, no. Blink out. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, there was a second there where the Morphling came in, you still had a blink. That's
Damn, okay.
Alright, all good. The Ice Armor ability, you have to cast it, so it'll, it's like a big armor bonus. I think it's 5, yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah, you just use it on yourself. Makes it so that, like, the Drow attacking up the hill and stuff won't be able to blow you guys up as easily. Cool. I think your next item is definitely BKB. I probably, in hindsight, I would have gone it before the AC. This is honestly one of the things that I'm the worst at in Dota, is I get really greedy and I don't want to go BKB right away. I always want to go like one more item before it, because I'm thinking like, the pace of the game's not going to ramp up enough. Like I can afford to wait, and then I never actually can. So this was like me transferring my bad habits onto you, but a BKB would have just been really helpful here. You would have been able to avoid a lot of the Earthshaker shit. The Magnus Skewer wouldn't have been able to get off. You can you won't get silenced by the Drow. All of that sort of stuff is this is a weird team because their damage makeup is pretty mixed, and then they have a bunch of abilities that you need to BKB away. So you end up in this weird position where like no item is gonna make up for everything that you're missing, which is a rough place to be in. But yeah, Frost Armor yourself, and then go look for an Initiation bottom. They are split right now, so you might be able to just get this Morphling.
Hook somebody, please.
Doing more? Yeah, nice. Oh shit.
Oh, that was so.
Yeah, just chase the Morph down. Oh, wait. Oh, you're dead.
Oh, yeah,
You're punching him, but...
He's doomed.
Yeah, he's
fucking
gonna
get his
die.
ass.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
And that was kind of why I was saying that Doom DPS talent matters, because if you get blown up by something dumb like that, you still did all that you needed to do, right? You got the Morphling.
Yeah.
This was fucking crazy.
Yeah. Guys, don't you can walk around brambles, Shadow Friend. Like you don't have to just. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh well, that's helpful.
He didn't go for the ulti combo. Oh, he didn't have it. Oh, I thought he had Requiem. Oh. Well. All good. Warm up game on Doom. Warm up game on Doom.
Yeah, that's fine. I need like this Faceless Void to please use his spells.
Yeah.
Also, like, can we please deward our base and get vision up and something? But alas, what can you do?
Ooh, Bitchwayne.
Gotta be careful because I think they're. Yep.
Immortality.
I'm waiting for this morph. Let's see. Oh my god. I keep getting caught in that. Oh, that was a good Echo Slam. Oh, Void, would you like to fucking use your Chronosphere? Oh my god. Okay, well, at least... Jesus Christ.
Ah, well.
Oh my god. Well, what can you do?
Oh, hey, Frugas. Nice to see you, man. Been a while since we chatted. Oh, I was just saying hi to chat.
Oh.
There's a professional Tier 2 NADPC player in the chat right now.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry you're watching me play. Oh god, yeah. Well. I'm almost to 1,000 games though. I'm excited about that.
My buddy in chat says, Teacher 2 guy, most important lesson.
What is that?
There's a long period of time where we were my team was running this strategy that we called two guy, and the entire idea being that we combo Grimstroke with abilities
With Doom?
that, well, so we did do Doom quite a bit, but we liked doing it with bouncing abilities. So we used to go Bounty Hunter Aghanims and Lich Chainfrost.
Oh,
So-
that's nasty.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we would go like Grimstroke with Bounty Hunter, and then we'd get the Bounty Eggs, and it would make the Shuriken bounce. So you'd throw a Shuriken at each unit, and it would bounce back and forth between them a couple times. Shit tons of damage, was actually like legit really good, but we would also do it in drafts where we would like have a Lich as a 4 and then like Doom as a 3 or something, and we would just like focus the entire draft around like tethering two heroes together and exploding them. So yeah,
That is
it was
awesome.
Good shit. Yeah, we many memes were made around two guy. All right, so cool. So like let's just chat about that game for a second. How did that feel? What did you observe? What are the things that like you felt confused by or stressed out by? What was like how did you feel about Doom in general?
So I think for my first game ever on the hero, I know what his abilities do now, which is, one step farther than I was when we started. I think that, like you pointed out, I was constantly forgetting to keep the, whatever it's called, the W, the like burning aura thing. I was not keeping that up nearly as often as I should. And like I said, it was like the end of the game and I realized just how much wider it was than I first had kind of thought.
Yeah.
And then, let me think. So I think one of the things that I was stressed out about was I knew that I should be blink initiating and dooming, but every single time I did that, I felt like either the team clustered behind me and we would just get echo slammed, or I would blink in, doom somebody, try to be doing my combo, probably forgetting the W, but fine, I'm trying, and I would just get completely obliterated. And then I look up and like, Void's dancing around the outside, Shadow Fiend is dancing around the outside, and nobody's like coming in with me.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that's like the nature of how those heroes are played, that like maybe I need more people backing me up, or if I needed to, I don't know. I thought with the AC I would have more like be able to stand in the middle of those fights a bit more, but then it felt like I could blink and get Doom off, but then I would just get completely wiped.
Yeah, which I kind of did.
Which made
point
me
to
like
at some point.
hesitant to like initiate again.
Yeah. So a couple things, and we'll go over the replay of this in a second, but definitely like everything you said is kind of right, and that's definitely like how I felt about the game watching it as well. I think one of the things is that because this was like your first time like really playing the hero, you didn't kind of have the confidence to understand how strong you were at one point in the game. Like if we look at the player net worth graphs here, you were the top net worth hero until 20 minutes. Until exactly 20 minutes, you had the highest net worth of any hero in the game.
Okay.
And that entire time, I was kind of trying to... It was a combination of things. Again, we talk about taking over the jungle, chasing down the carry, but then the entire team just aped at your top lane, which is unfortunate because theoretically that's not how a game of Dota works out. But I did say a couple times, like, I think you just need to go top, and like, and there was never really a good situation because all the fights they were taking were stupid and scrappy, and it was like one hero gets picked and then respawns and then joins the fight again, one hero from your team gets picked off. Like, it was a very like messy, ugly game to try to read. But I think the crux of the lesson here is like, you're strong as shit, go find that fight. Go stir shit up. Even if it's not ideally in the enemy's jungle where you want to be occupying space and taking away their farm, just go to where they are, press R on somebody, and just murder them and make their life suck.
Okay.
So, you know, and again, I think that's a little bit of unfamiliarity with the hero, a little bit of just like my shot calling, because I was like, this is what you want to be doing, but this is what you have to do this game, you know, etc. But then the other thing I would say that I noticed is that, like, a lot of what you talked about in terms of those team fight executions and how they were kind of, you know, like your team was getting echoed and then it was hard for you to go in because you were scared and you were just taking a lot of damage and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, the AC doesn't actually help a ton against the Drow because she has her marksmanship, which pierces armor. And the Morphling actually did end up going for the magic build, and that kind of, again, my read on the game was poor because when I checked him, he had like half a Dragonlance and a Morbid Mask, and typically that sort of build is going to lead into a Yasha, and like he'll try to go a little bit more right-clicky. And I think what happened is Morphling just got like a triple kill, ended up with like 25 or 100 or 3k gold or something, and then just bought the Eagle Song and went straight into a fucking E-Blade and just had it in like one little spurt, which drastically changed the pace of the game, right?
Mm-hmm. That E-Blade just
in a much more
me.
even and calculated game, you would have had to wait a little bit longer. You would have got Med AC up a little quicker, and the BKB would have been well on its way. Maybe you get shotgunned once or twice, but you would have had the answer to that in a more normal, less chaotic game. But again, it was a bit of a poor call on my part, and a little bit of just like the insanity of this fucking game being just like really hard to read.
Well, yes. It makes me feel a little bit better though that like I do think that there is this kind of like chaos in lower MMR where like it's so sometimes feels so random and irrational that me trying to work on thinking through games can actually make it like harder for me to play well in this bracket because like I think through everything like and I try to rationalize like what's the best move or itemization or something, and then just randomness happens.
Yeah. Well, and
you're
like
yeah,
and even like me as a high level player, like when I watch these games, I get, you know, I have this game sense about the pace of what should happen, right? Okay, a pickoff happens here or there, little unfortunate stuff like smoke ganks and stuff, but for the most part, people are calculated in their farming rates and the fights that they take, and when a bad fight happens, you still get that game sense of like, okay, we lost, you know, 3 heroes, this guy's going to be really close to his next item, he'll have a BKB any second, we should be prepared for that. Like, you can think through that stuff rationally. This game, like I said, there was just a lot of these weird little skirmishes where like I'm trying to tell you something about your build, and then like, oh, there's one hero dead, and then like I'm like trying to get back to it. I'm like, okay, we should be going here, but this person's dead, and then boom, somebody else dies. You're like, what the fuck? Like, just like all these little like increments are just happening, and it makes it really hard, especially in a coaching environment where we're talking through decisions in the game and stuff. So I like, in terms of like this game, I wouldn't say that like it was. You know, this game did like represent a lot of the chaos of low MMR, but there's still a lot that we can do. So I'll jump into the replay here, and we'll kind of talk through a lot of that, because I think what I would say like as the key bullet points of what the fuck happened this game is, because you weren't confident on your hero, you let the other team dictate the pace of play because they were driving the chaos, and you were kind of still fitting into your hero, right? You were still trying to figure out exactly what to do. So you had a great kind of start to the game here, and like, I'll keep the net worth chart open. Again, like, you ate the wrong creep there, whatever. Like, you felt what the Kobold did a bit later, right? Like, as soon as you like got that movement speed, you were super fast, you were walking around, you were like making life really suck for them. And honestly, in general, like I said, your laning was pretty good. The only thing I would have said more is like just being comfortable with walking forward and getting that Infernal Blade off. A lot of like little scenarios, like I think right up here, like you, okay, I think it was actually after you got your phase boost, there was a few times where I was like, just hit her, right?
I think also, you know, from while I like, obviously it's the same lane and some of the broader principles are the same, the way that I play Veno is very, very different. Like, you don't want to kind of be like running people down unless you're in the right scenario with like lots of your lots of your little wards and stuff. And so I think it's going to take just a little bit of transition for me, having just been spamming Veno, to like get used to this. Like, I need to be on the front line, I can chase people down, and I can get in their face, and that's the right thing to do.
That whole fight was pretty good. I think in general they're like
I think I could have run him down there. I should have just gone for it,
so
maybe.
actually this one here, I think. So first of all, like, Infernal Blade again. Like, you could have Infernal Bladed there, but you went for a normal auto attack, and that meant that he, has all that HP. And then I think you walked a little too far back here. Like, right now, you could be on the Drow. Like, I would have phase boots down and hit this Drow, but you opt to go for the Earthshaker here, which is still okay. It should be a guaranteed kill, honestly. And you get the Infernal Blade. Now he's ticking down. You forget to use your phase boots here, which ends up with you blocked by the Pudge a little bit. If you just phase boots through, then you stay on top of him, and like you're still burning him, because he actually walks out of your Scorched Earth radius here. And you've still got a few seconds. Like, that extra, like, 40 damage a couple times, and actually, you've canceled the auto attack a few times. Like, he's 100% dead if you had just stayed on top of him with the phase boots there. So, minor execution problem. Either hero that you go on there, I think, is dead. So, obviously, you should want to kill the Drow, but it honestly doesn't matter that you, like, made that decision. You get the kill there if you just play it a little bit better either way. So that's fine. Just getting used to the hero again. Phase boots, that movement speed advantage. That's why I really like that Kobold on this hero, is because everything that Doom relies on is just being in the face of somebody, right? You want to be high movement speed, moving on top of somebody. That Scorched Earth movement speed talent is really, really valuable later in place of the Doom, and I would have told you to get that if you hadn't been in the scenario that the game got to, right? So, and this was good, right? Like, remember when I just said, like, dive? Like, you can see how fucking terrified she is. Like, she's not standing there clicking you. She's just running, and you're burning her the whole way down. Because you've got phase boots and movement speed, she just burns to death, right? Like, that Drow was nearly, like over, like, probably about 2/3 HP when you decided to make this player here, right? And theoretically, Drow should be able to kite. Like, she's supposed to be, like, a space-creating, like, ranged hero, but doesn't fucking matter because you're a big, scary Doom and Infernal Blade, you're slow, you're burning. Like, just watch her HP. It's so sad. Like, she's just, like, tick, 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 tick. And really, you only auto-attacked her once in that fight, right? Like, you attacked her once with Infernal Blade. The rest of it was just, like, burn, 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 right? So that was, like, super good. And again, look at the net worth. You're right at the top of it. You're going great. I told you to go a little bit greedy, go for the Midas. I think that's still the right play because of how far you were ahead here. But sometimes what else, like, and what I think, like, pro Dooms do and, like, high-level Dooms in games that, like, matter will use that first, like, burst of gold from winning this lane to get just an intermediate stat item that's going to just make those first few fights really suck for their opponents, right? So a lot of what I see is, like, sometimes it'll go drums, sometimes they'll go into just, like, a Hood or a Vanguard just so that they're a little bit tankier. Sometimes you'll go, what else? Like, I've seen, well, like, Vlad's again, like, you got a Vlad's this game, but, like, getting that, like, one item earlier, just allows you to just be so much scarier when you're standing up on the opponents. So that's something to consider, especially in your games, right? Like, that Midas, I don't think that's an every game thing, and honestly, I kind of just told you to do it because I'm here watching and I figured that we could, really greed your game out and squeeze it for all that it's worth. I don't think I'd recommend Midas in every single game. Chip Vest, actually, okay, so Blade Mail is also another kind of good example of, like, that intermediate first item on Doom. So yeah, lots to think about there. This play was really good. I think, like, when you're farming these two camps here, this is exactly what you want to do. I think you just stood here a little too long and, like, took this hard camp damage. Like, I would have just been, like, walking back and forth and making the creeps kind of, like, walk to you and aggro back. But you kind of just stood and fought them, and it ended up with you chipped out a lot. But this was absolutely, like, the right play and almost got you your full Midas, which, again, because you could get the Midas before 10 minutes, because you got, 3 kills and a bunch of, like, free lane farm, that's why I thought it was the right option for this game. So keep it in mind if you ever, like, completely shit on a lane like this in the future. You know, decent option. But yeah, pre 10-minute Midas Phase Boost Soul Ring, that's a really solid start for Doom. Like right here, you know, you see that Drow? When you TP here, like, you're probably not going to get this kill because she'll gust you, but like, I would honestly have just like turned on Scorched Earth and Phase Boot run at her, right? Because you've got a lot of ground that you could make up before she gets back to her tower. And she knows it, so she's running already. But you've got that, like, huge movement speed advantage on her, right? Like, you've got a 30 movement speed advantage before your Phase Boots or your Scorched Earth is activated, right? So, you know, when she's that far up, just go get in her face, fuck her up. But either way, like, she's terrified of you. You got a full lane to farm to yourself. Like, great start. Blah, blah, blah. You get on here, you get a free tier 1, you get the creep wave. I was like, yeah, go walk through the jungle, go look for the Drow, get onto the tier 1. You do that, she's farming bottom tier 1. I think, yeah, all of this is good. Like I said, your top lane was just owning. Pick up this creep wave, go with Doom, or go with Shadow Fiend, go with mid tier 1. Like, all of this is just fucking textbook. You are super far ahead. You're rich as hell. And this was kind of where I was starting to say, like, okay, now you need to, like, go stir shit up, right? You kind of soaked up those last 4 minutes of being just greedy and taking up map space. Now it's time to go use it and go chase stuff down. So right now you want to be finding kills. And you're in this weird position where, like, you want to be finding kills, but the other team is being stupid and fed your top lane a bunch of kills. Your Pudge and Witch Doctor are kind of just occupying the space with your Void, so you don't really want to be there and, like, piling 4 heroes onto one lane when there's already a dead hero. So your goal should be to find Drow, but, you know, again, the jungle's dark, you don't know exactly where she is, bottom lane's pushed in because this Earthshaker starts pushing it, so it is a very awkward position to be in on the map. And actually, at this point, I think I was telling you, like, just go TP on this guy because he's not quick enough to get away from the tower. Like, if you were to TP to the tower radius, like, right here, there's no way that this Earthshaker waddles away before you can be on him with Scorched Earth and Phase Boots. So that's kind of a free kill. Maybe you find that there. The TP was a little bit late and it was a little bit far back, so he was able to walk away, but your SF picks him up anyways. You get this wave pushed in. And this is actually a really good place to be in, because fundamentally, again, you want to be looking for this Drow, you want to be looking through their jungle, but she knows you're down there, so she's scared and she backs off to the triangle, right? And looking at this, their 2 highest farm priority heroes are farming the exact same farm in a triangle. Really, really good place for your team to be in. Again, they're finding another kill up top. They're looking for that tier 1. This game feels very stompy, so you can be doing this greedy shit bottom. But again, it's 15 minutes, you haven't used Doom yet, and you want to be doing that. Like, and again, this is where it, like, gets weird, because in this scenario, typically you would be drawing attention to bottom lane, but because the other team just feels like they have to kind of ape in on your carry, you're getting these weird fights. This is probably the first fight that you should have been there for. Again, it's not a fight that your team should have taken. Your Pudge and Witch Doctor should be bottom with you occupying the jungle, and Void should be farming lane and the jungle. But because they're here, the other team comes and your team kind of crumbles because of it. So remember when you were playing that Venomancer game against that Timbersaw, and you got like a 9-minute Spirit Vessel, and you were just dumping on the game, and I was like, you should be bottom, or your team should be bottom with you, but they're top fighting that Timbersaw.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what this game was.
Okay.
Because
not again.
Yeah, and like, really, your team is paying way too much attention to the other team's Space Maker, right? They're choosing to dedicate all of the resources of your 1, 3, and 4 to fighting the other team's, 3 and 4, right? Mm-hmm. So your carry's getting dragged into shit fights, and your team just isn't walking away from it, right? If your team decided to come bottom and play around you and be pressuring this tier 2, like right now you have Catapult walking on a tier 2 against a fucking Earthshaker with no blink, right? This should be a free tier 2 in any coordinated, organized game. But because your team is just top, trying to stir shit up, Pudge is trying to throw hooks under the tower and stuff, they get this response where the other team goes, oh shit, we can go pressure their carry. So Drow shows up because she's got nowhere else to go. Magnus gets a great RP, you've got the combo in with the Dark Willow, and everybody dies. And you're kind of left alone, kind of, you know, getting eaten alive. So again, this is a scenario where you can't find the enemy carry, go fuck with their Space Maker, right? Your team's not offering you any help, so just go be the strongest hero on the map wherever the fight is, right? Again, looking at this net worth, and this is why I've kept this up, is like you and SF are by far and away stronger than any hero on this map. Both of you could solo kill anybody in a fight. But both of you are kind of just greening it up on the bottom half of the map, while all of the action is happening, admittedly in a place where it shouldn't be happening, but doesn't matter. Like, you're strong enough to go take that fight, right? So, again, this is the chaos of pubs, but breaking it down, we can see the actions that we should be taking, right? Even though fighting tier 1 is bad for organized Dota, this is chaotic idiot pub Dota, and might as well just, like, you've built up an advantage, right? You've won your lane, you already own the bottom lane and the mid lane. You've taken the tier 1s by 12 minutes, like, that's fucking huge as an offlaner, and whether it's on Veno, whether it's on Doom, whether it's on anybody, if you get that sort of dominance, take it and run with it, right? Go be the strongest hero on the map anywhere that you can, because by your presence, you're gonna produce more gold for the enemy team, right? You're gonna be killing them, you're gonna be shutting them down, and by kind of, and again, this is me bad shot calling. I was kind of saying like, you should be going and find the Drow, find the Morphling, but then they just kept being in these stupid positions top. And finally, when we do get around to it at kind of the 16-17 minute mark here, we go up to top to go fight where the chaos is, because again, your team's being fucking stupid. They're walking into fights here. But you show up and you trade 2 for 4, which, perfect, right? Had you done that 2 or 3 minutes earlier, maybe your Void is farming the jungle while you're doing this, and you're ending up, you know, fine. Because the one thing that kind of unravels this game a little bit is that even though you won your lane really hard, Drow went and farmed jungle and recovered, and your Void has been fighting nonstop and is 1,000 gold below her, right? So even though that you and SF make up for it in terms of like overall team net worth, your Void is behind because he's making shitty decisions. And we kind of, you know, there's comments in chat, you were talking about how, like, Void was playing like a fucking idiot. But a lot of it stems from the fact that he started the game super slow and has felt weaker than the enemy team at every step because he chose to take fights. And you can see, like, after Drow gets that kill on you, she accelerates a little bit further. At this point, literally,
he's just had so much space that I don't understand why he is as far behind as he is. Like, there's inefficient farming, and then there's just like we have the entire bottom half of the map for like 10 minutes.
But he didn't take it, right? He just
and then there's
in his lane. Yep.
There's even like our jungle, our triangle, but like he keeps getting killed because he keeps going into skirmishes and
this is like, you know, this is the epitome of why bad carries are bad carries versus good carries are good carries. If you watch any pro carry player, as soon as there's a hint of danger in their lane, as soon as they see the 5 position come top, they'll like duck into these trees, TP to bottom, you know? And Void finally does it after he's like died twice and lost a bunch of shitty engagements. He's like, oh, okay, maybe I'll just go farm for a little bit. And he goes and does the right thing. He goes to the triangle, he picks up a bounty rune, and he's like starting to farm here, which he should have done 6 minutes earlier. And because he didn't, he's now 2k below the Drow. And this is kind of the snowball effect that we'll see play out through the course of the game here, right? He's not taking the space that you've created, and because of that, it snowballs out to your entire team. So I'll kind of keep going through this, but just keep this in mind. Like, what you did was mostly right. Yes, you probably should have just showed up to top fights and just been strong and been like, you know, this big fuck you Doom and like Doom people and shit. But fundamentally, you crushed your lane. You got a tier 1. You moved to the mid lane. You got the tier 1 there.
No, he's not farming the triangle.
Oh yeah,
he's TPing top.
Oh yeah. Yeah, okay, so TP's back to top.
Sorry, I was like watching the people on the map, like, okay, like looking for that. It's like, nah, because you could also see, look at the Dark Willows, like, come at me, bro, like, I'm gonna eat you alive.
Yeah, this is a level 13 Dark Willow that is just like rolling over. And
geez,
so again, this is like, this is the depressing part because, you know,
Dota.
This goes back to what I was saying before of like, you know, a good win rate in ranked Dota is like 60%. Because this shit's just gonna happen, right? Like you did everything you could to make space for this Void to be everything that he could possibly be, right? He could be farming this triangle, he could be in the enemy jungle. You guys have a ward up here that spots out their only kind of teleporting points. He could be farming their entire jungle 100% safely, and instead he goes back to the warded top lane where there's heroes waiting to kill him, right? Super unfortunate, but you know, these things are going to happen, and if you do this every game, if you do what you did every single game, half the time your carriers are going to take advantage of it, and you're going to just default win the game because of that, right? So, unfortunate.
I think it's like, it's almost a kind of tunnel vision that I've seen quite a bit, and I used to have 100% when I first started playing, which is like, people get like married to their lanes.
Yeah.
And you'll see people like, well after the laning phase is over and the map has opened up, just TPing to the same lanes over and over again, regardless of vision, regardless of anything. And it... Oh, you pick off.
Yeah. And you see what happens the moment your Pudge comes with you, right? Like, you just find a carry farming in the jungle because why wouldn't you? That's where they're going to be, right? And... you know, and maybe like what could have been done this game is that like when you go to bottom, you just like ping your Witch Doctor and your Pudge's TP scrolls and be like, come play around me or something, right? Because again, like especially in low MMR, teams will fight into wherever the fight is, right? If you go kill their Drow and then you like walk forward and you find this Earthshaker, this Magnus and this Willow are going to panic, and they're going to TP down, and they're going to be like, oh, we got to help, right? And then your Void actually has a safe free lane, or a free safe lane to farm. But, you know, because Pudge and Witch Doctor were top, it reinforced that the enemy team could get more out of the map by coming to your safe lane, right? So, a little bit of this is Void not rotating out, but a little bit of it is also your supports didn't go with the strong hero, right? If you're playing 4 or 5, you want to be playing around the strongest hero on the map, whether that's your 2 or your 3. You want to be going with the person that can stir up the most shit. And you can see visibly on the net worth chart that is you and SF hands down. And when Pudge comes with you, you find a carry kill and you pressure the enemy jungle and you're controlling the map. But when they go with the Faceless Void, they get fucking wrecked in idiot team fights, and they, you know, shit just falls apart, right? So now you're in a good position where you kind of have like 3 of your strongest heroes at bottom. You're cutting waves and stuff, but again, the Void just chooses to pick a fight, and he actually gets a kill. But Pudge comes up here, and now Willow gets another kill on the Void. Lovely. So game's falling apart a little bit. I think I said, like I said, the one thing that I would have encouraged is like, yeah, you just are able to come fight. This, I feel bad about this call, because honestly, like, it was a pretty clear and obvious bait, but I kind of anticipated that you'd be able to just get that Blink Doom before the Agi shift went off, and if you just did that, like, you have enough damage with Doom to kill him from full to nothing if he's fully Agimorphed, right? Like, if he doesn't get the strength gain off, it's a kill. So, I honestly think, like, and maybe the problem was that you just, like, took that little step forward afterwards. Because I think what I might have done is just, like, blinked, doomed, and if the strength morph went off, I would have been out of there, like, fucking
okay,
right? Like, you might as well, like, gamble it and just try to get the, kill. But, like, as soon as I see that strength morph, I would have been walking back, I think. And I think that little step forward into the brambles was just enough that you get caught, and...
Oh, yeah.
Again, it was kind of a bad call on my part. I should have recognized it was a bait, but, like... Morphling was just so juicy. He's just such a high priority kill. He was so low HP. Like, it's really easy to just be like, just try it, you know? So unfortunate, you get baited into that. And I think this is kind of where the game starts to come apart a little bit, is like, you had one good fight where we went top, you got that 2-for-4 exchange, but now you've officially like kind of committed yourself to going where the fight is, and it didn't work out, and now the other team is starting to catch up, right? This Drow is farming like crazy, she's caught up to you on net worth, the Morphling is starting to accelerate, both of them are way ahead of your carry because your Void is an idiot and hasn't been farming. And, you know, the game's not completely lost, it's just you need to be doing the right things, right? Here you start running for a kill. I think you're actually in a really good position for a fight here. The SF fucks up his combo though, and Willow does a bunch of damage to him, almost kills him. Free Willow kill, but yeah, they all show up. Do you get this kill here?
Yeah, we get the morph.
Yeah, okay.
I think we get the morph. Oh yeah, because I come in and I stun him.
Yeah, right. So, and actually, this was also very good, but again, your fucking Void is here trying to fight instead of just farming. And so, you know, he comes into this fight, Morphin just turns on him and chunks him, and he just dies.
Oh, and that's a double damage morph, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there's a DD right before that fight, and he picked that up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he picks this up. And, again, a little bit of this is just the bad luck of the DD, but it's also... It's a combination of things. Like,
what is the... okay, nope. I'm focusing on my own gameplay. I cannot fix other people. I can only fix myself.
Yeah.
But Jesus! Okay. I'm good. I'm sorry.
All good. And actually, like, so, you know, when I went into this replay, I was like, you know what, let's talk about, like, you know, how you could have dictated the pace of play a little bit more. Honestly, a lot of this does come down to your Faceless Void just didn't know how to take space, and because of that, just ended up being a dead weight. And honestly, a couple bad chronos, like, he chronoed you in one fight. Oh, right. Okay, so here, this was what I was talking about with the Scorched Earth. So,
oh,
actually,
I know I should have had it. Yep.
So, and actually, like, I would have had it up the moment I saw this Drow Ranger, right? Because she'll gust you, but as long as you have it up...
I should have put it on before I blinked, I think.
Yeah, because honestly, like, actually, even, like, right here, I would have blinked. Like, the second she started channeling her fucking thing, like, get on her. Like, again, being on top of the Drow is huge. So as soon as I see this go off, I would have been blinking, like, right here. And you would have been on her, you would have gotten Infernal Blade. She doesn't even have mana for Gust at this point. And
can you can you click me for a second?
Yeah.
My hero. Can you rewind just a second? Or like 10 seconds?
Yep.
Why didn't I blink? I thought it was off it was on cooldown, but it can't nope. Okay, I'm just bad. All right.
I think maybe
I thought I got hit by
maybe you
one
thought
of her
like
arrows.
Yeah, you might have thought you got hit by it because it was pretty close. But because yeah, like there's this arrow that's like right there, but you didn't actually get it. You maybe you thought you were the SF because I mean the two models are kind of similar. And right next
probably.
To but yeah, like if you blink on her here, and you do, and I was like, yeah, just go. But in that time, she backs up in Magic Wands, which gives her enough for Gust, and because you didn't get the Scorched Earth off, you don't have that bonus 15% movement speed for after she gusts you, right? Because she gusts you here, you get pulled back a little bit, and now you can't make up that movement speed, right? So you're chasing, but you can't give yourself that bonus movement speed. And now, if you had activated Scorched Earth, it would have still been active. You walk into
any of these times I could be fucking using it.
Yeah, and because you don't here, Magnus gets that blink away from your Infernal Blade. And it was honestly a weird blink, but now he lines up this skewer, and he... Oh, actually, he doesn't skewer. I thought he skewered you there. Okay,
no, he misses. Right? He misses me.
Yeah, and because of that, he's just repositioned, right? Instead of being way over fucking here, he's way down here, and you can instantly see the Morphling and the Dark Willow are TPing because they see how deeply you guys have gotten drawn in. So you're going to get this Magnus kill, no problem. But because you're here and not here...
I still haven't pressed it!
Yeah.
What am I allergic to the W button?
Oh my god. There we go, finally.
Yeah,
right.
So you finally get it up, but it's a little too late, right? You're already deep into the enemy jungle, and you can't walk away, right? And you can see how...
that was just bad.
Yeah, you can see how far you got, and if that distance was over here, you were scot-free, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you definitely want to get that up earlier and just like have it active, because as soon as you activate it, you become a lot scarier in terms of that movement speed. You can be on top of people. Blah, blah, blah. So again, game starts coming apart a little bit here. The other team's kind of made up the net worth difference that you gained for yourself early on. Your Void's still a bit of a potato person, and oh yeah, okay. So this one I think was also another good example of like just not quite being confident enough with the blinks. Like, as soon as you see this Earthshaker, I would have just fucking blinked here. And actually, you do.
I was thinking about it, yeah.
And this is actually, like, pretty good. And you see the Magnus, you get skewered back. But, like, still... I would have gone for this, but it would have been a ballsy fucking play. And... because you're a little hesitant on whether or not to doom, you, like, end up with this weird scenario where the Magnus can, like, walk away from you. But you can still see how, like, intimidating you are, right? Like, as soon as you get that damage, he is ticking down so fast. They have to, like, bring extra resources to stop you there. This is the worst chrono I've ever seen in my goddamn life. I don't know how this guy lives. Oh, my God.
And
Yeah.
he just runs away! Oh, my God.
Yeah, like, look at this shit. Wait.
Oh, I gotta laugh to keep from
So
crying.
he misses the chrono, and then... oh, he gets E-bladed, so he walks back, which, like, kind of makes sense, but also, like... it...
The pause, like, he could
Yeah.
have killed the fucking, like, the little, like, waddle he did. He could have just killed the Earthshaker, and then we wouldn't have had the Echo Slam.
Yeah, well, he was E-bladed, so he couldn't attack. But,
I messed up.
so
What is it?
right
Oh, yeah,
here,
okay.
and actually what I was saying in the game there was, like, I think I said if you Infernal Blade this ES here, he doesn't live. But you attack once there, so you attack, and then I think you get another attack. Oh, you didn't quite. But he leaps away. If you Infernal Blade, he dies. The Magnus survives on like 50 HP. So honestly, like, going back a few seconds to the start of that fight there, when you decide to doom the Magnus, had you just made that decision right here, instead of walking up and then turning around...
yeah, doing the, like, I don't know what to do dance?
Yeah,
Yep. Okay.
think about that extra, like, because he survived with 90 HP, right? So think about the damage you would have been able to do while doing that little dance. That's the difference there, right?
Yeah.
And again, it is that, like, difference of hesitation gets you drawn back, right? Because you didn't just commit and do it. Like, it's fine to either... like, that fight, like I said, it was a little dicey because you're close to a tier 1. There could be TP rotations, blah, blah, blah. It's totally cool to just jump on the Earthshaker, Infernal Blade him, and then just decide fucking him out. Like, it's too scary, right? But it's also just fine to just fucking doom him and just, like, chase him down and just try to get a kill, right? Either one of those decisions there, I think, were fine. The thing that killed you was waiting,
indecision.
right?
Yeah.
And because of that, you can see you get pulled way too far back. You're chasing. Your fucking Void does a mega dumb, and your team gets pulled into a fight up their hill into their triangle where you guys are surrounded. I talked in that in our last session about that, like, StarCraft surround principle, where, like, if they have a better arc on you, they're gonna do more damage.
Yeah.
And you can see, like, perfectly illustrated here exactly what this fight looks like. So the chrono is absolutely terrible. Earthshaker gets away, Magnus gets away, the rest of your team gets shredded by the heroes of the high ground, and it's a fucking disaster of a team fight. Again, not fully your fault, but that indecision can make that into just like a 1 for nothing, right? You could just kill the Earthshaker or the Magnus and then just walk away from that with a pick, but instead it turns into this big, ugly, baited team fight because A, because your team's stupid, but B, because like you just waited a little too long and let the other team set up on it. But honestly, like, everything I'm kind of seeing so far in this game isn't really like a decision. Like, it's not a problem of, you know, oh, you're, you know, playing poorly or you're making bad decision. You're getting really, really good at playing the map and knowing where to be and how to, like, pressure. What we kind of need is, A, like, coordination with teammates, if there's any way that you can get your supports to be dragged around with you, if you can get that Pudge and Witch Doctor to follow you into the enemy jungle, you're gonna be more successful. So, again, I know as a woman, voice chat sucks, but if you can, text chat and just be like, guys, play around me, play with me, draw arrows into their jungle, buy your own smokes and just, ping the tier 1 and be like, yo, smoke up on here or something, anything that you can do to, get that pressure from your team away from your carry, because a lot of what this game boiled down to is that the enemy team found tens of thousands of gold worth of net worth in fighting against your safe lane. If all else fails, again, at that point in the game, you were the strongest hero on the map, so going to the safe lane and skirmishing wouldn't have been the bad call. Like I said, it's very similar to that Venno versus Timbersaw game where you had the tools to go fuck up the enemy Space Maker and turn those safe lane fights in your favor. Even though it was the wrong theoretical Dota move, you still would have come out ahead versus just letting your team kind of get picked apart there, right?
Okay.
So,
yeah. And I think...
Yeah.
I
think... Sorry, go ahead.
Interesting to watch. No, it's just interesting. Obviously, the replays are really helpful. I think the confidence thing for me is two things. One, I'm used to, even with Venno and even when I kind of waddle up and ult and kind of waddle away, is it's more of a hop in, do spells, hop out, hop in, do spells, hop out, which is the same kind of, even if it's more aggressive, it's a similar kind of movement and team fight style to playing support. You kind of hop in, you do your spells, you hop out, etc. And so this kind of be on top of people, stand and fight. I think one, I just have to get used to that. Two, I think whenever I have an ult that is a really long cooldown, that can be a little intimidating. And then I have a fear of blowing the ult and just wasting doom and not following it up. So that waddle that wasted me some time there was kind of indecision about I know this is going to take a really long time to come off cooldown, so I don't know if it's the right time to use it. But I think the more I play, I'll get that feeling for when it's a good idea to use it.
Yep.
And maybe it's just also a matter of playing, even if I make some bad calls, playing a little more assertive. So even if it's a bad decision, it's at least a bad decision I've committed to 100%.
Yep.
And I'm sure, hopefully, the goal being that I'll learn what the bad decisions are, but that at least then I won't be making choices that are good, but somehow get ruined because of indecision.
Yep. Totally. I think, I think, and that'll come with the heroes. I saw it in your Venno games, your very first Venno game, you're I don't know if I should go. And then, the more recent Venno games, I've seen you just in lane, somebody walks a little too close and you just fucking gale them and start clicking them, right? And that's the exact confidence we're talking about, right? It's knowing your abilities, knowing how they work. So for a first game on Doom, I absolutely expect that. I'm not grilling you over this is in general, you flaw as a player. You get it once you get used to the hero. So just in terms of this game, this is a lot of what you'd expect out of a first game on a hero. Don't feel bad about this, but just keep it in mind of by being that tanky frontline hero, you need to be decisive, right? What I tend to do, especially when I play big team fight initiators like Magnus or Earthshaker, is I'll warn my team as I start getting the predator eyes, as I start eyeing it up, I'm like this is about to look juicy, watch for an echo, right? I'll say something like that where I'm I'm watching, I'm looking for this initiation right now, be on your toes. Because you never know, you can't... in the second that the enemy team groups up close enough for a godly Echo Slam, you can't be I'm gonna go, and then jump, right?
Because by the time you do, you're gonna
exactly,
miss it.
Right? So you kind of give your team that heads up. You're okay, I'm looking for it, be ready, slam, and then, boom, it goes. And your team jumps in because they're, on their toes, right? And I think, getting into that, little bit of, a mindset of, okay, for you, just keep looking for those little openings, they step out a little bit too far, and then blink, convertible, blink, doom, boom, the fight's going, right? And you could do that a lot. Like, I think there was one fight that I think I pointed to later in the game where I said, like, oh yeah, you could have just blinked on the drow there. And a lot of that was, like, I think you were just a little hesitant. You weren't sure if it was a good fight to take, so you backed up a little bit, and then some piece of damage caught you, and your blink was canceled, and you ended up getting chased down, right? If you had blinked over the fight and just doomed the drow, maybe you do die because you're blinking into a big team, but you died anyway, so might as well get a kill out of it. And that was kind of what I told you later in the game as well, was like, with that Morphling, the game hinges on you dooming Morphling, so just, like, get that Doom DPS talent. Any fight that you can, make sure that you doom him. And you saw what it did, right? Like, you got a kill guaranteed on Morphling 2 fights in a row, even though your team collapsed around behind you and, like, you ended up dying. It was worth it because that's kind of what your hero does. And as you get stronger, you'll survive those fights more. That's why a BKB, and like I said, it was a bad call for me to tell you to go AC before the BKB. But if you had a BKB, you blink, you doom the Morphling, you BKB, you run away, nothing's really stopping you, right? And you got, like, spider legs and shit, phase boots, like, you're going to be able to get out of that. So, yeah, I think that's kind of the general gist of it. We'll work on that a little bit more. I think, like, this will kind of lead us down the path of, like, into how to be an initiator, and I think, you know, and one of the things I said is, like, that's my play style very much, but, you know, it's going to be a part of yours at some point, but let's just focus on being, like, just a pesky, shit-disturbing motherfucker, because you, like, and you were in that game, right? Like, there was a handful of those fights where you got it right, where you got onto somebody, you doom them, and you could see the impact that it has, how it turns the fight. It's just a matter of making sure that, like, we're consistent with it, we're confident with it, and that the items that we get help us escape that, right? You know, I in hindsight, really looking at this game, Vlad's is generally a good item, but your Faceless Void already had lifesteal, and you and SF don't really benefit from it. So maybe that item is drums instead, or it's a blade mail instead, right? Maybe instead of the AC, we get you a BKB early on, and instead of, you know, getting blown up by the drow who pierces armor anyways and getting, like, shotgunned by the Morphling, you just have magic resistance, so you avoid the silence, you avoid the willow damage, you avoid the Earthshaker stuns, and those team fights look a lot different. So, just little things to refine. Again, Doom is such a flexible hero. It's so hard to read what he has to do in every game. I think you have the tools. You're really good at, like, reading the game, and in all those Veno games, like I said, I've seen scenarios where I, like, would have tweaked one or two things, but your thought process is always right. You know, every time you've expressed to me, like, okay, I see this, therefore I want to get this, it's been the right logic. It's just, like, you know, maybe sometimes it's like, oh, this one thing would do that better, right?
Yeah.
So I think you've got the tool set for it. Let's just work on that a little bit more. Let's focus on, like, as Doom, how do you how do you mitigate damage? How do you start fights? How do you shit disturb? How can you be the most annoying hero possible and stay alive for the longest time possible? Because Doom is also another one of those heroes that benefits by being alive for a really long time, right? You do a ton of AoE burn damage, and you soak up a lot of good damage, and your Infernal Blade, the amount of damage you can do in a team fight with Infernal Blade racks up significantly. Like, you know, again, I was saying it because it's percentage damage against Morphling. It doesn't matter if he's strength morphing. If you get 2 or 3 Infernal Blades off on him in a fight, he's fucking dead. So, you know, you got the tool set. Let's just kind of keep working on, like, okay, what do I see in this game? How do I react? And I think in this next game that we go into, I'll just kind of probe you for those questions, and we'll see if we can work on that thought process, right? Okay, what do you see in this game? What are the damage types? How are you going to address it, right? And I'll kind of try to help you with that, and I'll make less shitty decisions as well, because I think I guided you down a couple bad paths as well.
No.
That's fucking Dota, right? Like, it's so complex that you think one thing one moment, and then you realize that, oh, there's this whole other half of the coin, right? That was my analysis in the game. I was like, okay, what's the biggest threat? Drow looks like the biggest threat. Morphling isn't that farmed yet. And then Morphling just got farmed, because he got a bunch of kills, and it was like, okay, now he's this huge fucking shotgun 1200 damage magic hero, and now you need magic resistance. Shit, you should have had a hood or a pipe or something, but you can't because it's too late, right? So
yeah,
it's just the nature of Dota sometimes. Even myself, like, we're gonna make those decisions. Fucking pro players have that happen to them in game as well. Their read on the game is slightly off. all we can do is refine. So, I gotta run to the bathroom. I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break here, but if you want to queue it up, I can jump in after, or if you want to take a break yourself, we can take a moment and then get right into it. So,
Yeah, I will refill my water, actually.
cool. Sounds good.
All right. I will be right back.
Cool. All right, chat. Be back 2 seconds. Take a break, and then we'll get into game number 2. Thanks for hanging out. All right, I have returned.
All right. You're not too late, Death Hacker. Oh, yay. Hi, Super Samuel. Friends.
Hey, everybody popping in. Welcome to everybody in chat. Just about to get into game 2.
All right. Hydration.
Water is good.
Yes. Also, I am like I was telling some of my friends today that I have this like blue light filter on my phone so that and it's like synced up with whatever your sunset time is so that as like the sun starts to set, like it starts to filter the blue light. I was at work on Thursday in the middle of a meeting and I looked down and it's about 3:30 in the afternoon and my red light or my blue light filter has turned on and I was like, no, it has begun. And so I got so tired this week. At any time it hit about 7 to 8 p.m. I was like, oh man, it's time for bed, right? Because it's been dark for like 4 hours. Nope.
Yeah, honestly, like it's funny because I've always like told people that I'm like a big night person. I'm really I really function best when it's nighttime, when it's dark, when it's quiet, when and stuff like I'm just a real night owl. And what I kind of think is that it like probably stems from the fact that I grew up in like a more northern city where that exact thing happened for 6 months out of the year, where like when I got out of school, like an elementary school, like 3:30, getting on the bus to go home, it was like fucking pitch black out.
Yep.
And like, and it's like all of my evening time, like all of the like, oh hey yeah, go play outside after school was like in the dark. Like I was taking flashlights out to the fucking park and shit. Like, you know, so I wonder if there's some correlation between the between that like terrible sun schedule and like my brain just not associating like light and dark with day and night, you know.
5 seconds.
That's I wonder if that's the case. Like I have thought of myself as a night owl, and maybe it's just like I'm getting old or something, but it's yeah, it's I like sunlight. I really do.
Yeah.
So I obviously haven't played enough on Doom to know what kind of heroes I should consider banning.
Yeah, honestly, like I think Doom's biggest issues are, well, I mean, Doom is kind of a jack of all trades. He's pretty much good against anything. The biggest things that you want to worry about are heroes that kind of just don't give a shit about being doomed. You know, like Ursa's a pretty good example of that. Like, I think... anybody that kind of, like, activates abilities and then is set for the fight, like Death Prophet and Razor, for example, aren't actually that... Yeah, like...
Well, that Razor.
Yeah, and I mean, if you get... Like, you can still play around it because you can doom him before he gets his ulti off, and then he's fucking useless. But, like, a Razor that's already linked and then ultied somebody, you don't want to doom him because what else is he going to do in the team fight, right? Like, he's already got all of his AoE damage, he's already, like, sucking damage off of somebody else. So, you know, what do you do there, right? So, but he's pretty good against Jug. Jug Witch Doctor is going to be a rough lane for you because, you know, a Maledict and a Spin... You know, there's not a lot you can do about that. The best thing that you can do is skill Scorched Earth and then get Boots up as quickly as you can so that you can activate that bonus movement speed and run away from that combo as quickly as possible. But it's definitely going to be a rough lane for you this game, so we'll kind of try to coach you through that. Thankfully... Oh, you got... Morana might be okay. Yeah, we'll see.
So are we thinking, like, still doing the Soul Ring, or should I kind of go more like Bracer into just Boots?
Honestly,
I honestly really didn't use the Soul Ring last game.
I know.
I didn't seem to need it. Like, I just had enough mana.
Yeah, and that's the thing is he's a really low mana hero, and I think if you're spamming your abilities a little more often, like, personally, like...
Maybe I didn't need it because I wasn't clicking the buttons.
Well, and like... I tend to use Scorched Earth to farm a lot because, like I said, like it is like a 9-second downtime at max level, basically. So, you know, using it to just like farm and clear camps and stuff means it's down a lot more. You're using a little bit more mana, and like Doom is a pretty pricey spell. It's like 150, 200, 250 mana. So, yeah, I would say that like Soul Ring is still maybe a decent idea, but we could see how it goes without it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe go Soul Ring. I would say get your Boots first, like wait on it, don't get it right away. Once you've got this rune, walk down this way. Oh!
I was worried that might happen.
Cut your way out of the tree here, and then just try to walk away. You can, like, eat it. Uh-oh. Okay.
I'm trying.
No,
I'm like, I'm completely screwed. Alright.
Sad. Yeah, if you like Quelling Bladed and Tangoed and run, I think you might have been able to get away from that because they didn't have.
Which tree were you telling me to
I think you needed to cut 2 because you did cut 1 to the right, but there was another one right below it. I think you might have been able to cut the lower one and get out, but yeah, that's unfortunate.
Okay, I think I was trying to cut the wrong one.
Yeah. All right. Alright, so this is a lane where you want to be really, really careful around level 2. because as soon as Witch Doctor has Cask and Maledict, he's almost certainly going to be looking for a kill, and Juggle will spin on you. So just be pretty cautious. Like, keep pulling the creeps away. The more health you can have, kind of when that level 2 comes around, the stronger you'll be. Your Mirana's doing a pretty good job at clicking down this Jug, so he's not going to feel confident in walking forward. And yeah, like I said, I think with your first 500 gold, you want to go just like straight to boots.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So watch for that level 2 here again. Like if that cask hits you and there's a spin, you're going to be in trouble. So keep an eye out. Yeah. Okay. So. As soon as you clear this wave, I would walk over to the small camp and start looking for your first creep to eat. And note that your Devour is turned off, so you're not going to get the ability when you get there. Yeah. Yeah, so I just go look for the creep right now. I would eat the ghost. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Does a move speed slow and an attack slow. So you can use that on Jug, and I think it might even pierce his spin, so... What does Scorched Earth do besides presumably setting the ground on fire? It sets the ground on fire, and then it makes you run really fast, so... Sure. Okay. I like the idea there of like just kind of activating Scorched Earth and doing some damage, but you did it with 5 creeps attacking you, so you took a lot more damage than you would have otherwise. Had you done that kind of like as the creeps were dying, you would have been in a much better position. But you're good. Yeah, I would start working towards phase boots. This is probably a pretty good lane for a magic stick as well. But
I thought he was going to cask. I wasn't trying to be like super
that was
passive.
That was good. That was good. Jug's like pushing this this wave really, really hard. So you're honestly pretty content just like sitting here and farming and getting your Devour stacks up and stuff. Like this is a very, very dangerous lane for you, but they're making it safe by failing to control it, right? So, like, you can see this Witch Doctor's kind of just walking around like he doesn't know what to do. And yeah, now you can just like, oh, actually, I would have Scorched Earth there and chased that because, yeah, you can see how low he ended up from just the attacks. But you're good.
Well, he is still like kind of dancing around here.
Yeah, chase it. You might have to spin to survive it. They already used... Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Yeah, just back up. You can go and... Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, just go back to the creeps.
Okay.
Yeah. This was kind of what I was pointing out when I was talking about, like, oh, just go hit the drow, right? Like, you're super, super fucking scary when you press W, and, like, you basically burned a bunch of their resources. Like, look at this Jug. He's so sad he can't, like, come close to the lane. So now you're just free to farm right now, right?
Oh,
airmail delivery of a coconut.
Yeah, thanks. Please don't. I would appreciate if you did not do that. Yeah. Yeah, run away. Yeah. Run away, little juggernaut.
Ooh, that was close. Alright. CK is not a happy boy. That attack could have been an Infernal Blade there. Just keep, like, remembering to use that.
Ah, yeah.
Yep.
Denied.
That. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you denied that. That one could have been too.
Okay. I know I was tanking the tower, but I just figured killing is
Yep, nice. Yeah, you bait that out and
Uh-oh.
You're fine, I think. TP home, right now. TP. I think. Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh God, they
Your
are
safe
up
lane
6
is-
kills.
Yeah, your Chaos Knight
what?
has died 4 times.
The prize is mine.
Oh Jesus! All right.
This is gonna be a rough game.
Like.
Your top tower is under attack.
Best you can do is just try to make the Jug's life so miserable that your CK can just AFK farm a jungle for a while and be okay. But yeah, just keep farming down here. We'll see what we can do. This might just be like the fucking lost game, but
Another one.
yeah. Good choice to back away there.
Oh, that was so close.
Nice. Yeah, good little harass. You see how much damage that does? It's crazy. More of those you can cast, the better. Devour creep. Just make sure you're getting that gold coming in.
Killing spree.
Go look for that witch doctor. Get him. Yeah. Yeah, you can just chase him down. That guy is definitely dead. Nice. First kill on your team. It's a good turnaround.
Where are you? Oh, he must have run.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there he is.
Oh, he's got an ulti.
No,
Run!
he's got.
Run!
Oh. Run! No!
I don't think he has mana for it. Oh, he does have mana for it. Get near the creeps. Get near the creeps. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Whew.
Yeah. Whenever Jug looks like he's gonna, like, whenever he's kind of like running at you like that with level 6, just get as close to a creep wave as possible, because then like if he ulties, it'll bounce off to the creeps and you'll take a lot less damage. Oh my god, this is a depressing game already.
Yeah.
You got Doom, you got the Soul Ring. If Jug like gets too close to you, I would like pop the Soul Ring, cast everything, and just make his life suck. Maybe not with the Witch Doctor there, but if it's ever just Jug alone. Scorched Earth. Oh, you're done. Yeah, unfortunate.
Damn it.
Sucks, yeah.
Alright.
Skirmish.
Selfish.
Oh god, our CK is level 5. Alright.
Yeah.
Tower.
Okay.
Long has that tower stood against the rise of time. Dota have fortified their structures against attack.
Alright.
Oh, look at it go!
Just go hit the Switch Doctor. Yeah, he's phase boots and then Infernal Blade him. Just be careful if the Jug comes, because Jug can definitely kill you if he ulties.
I know that might have been a wasted Doom, but I was actually kind of
I
hoping
think
with
you're
the
okay,
mute.
actually. You might be able to... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that was... Oh, fuck. Yeah. God. Oh!
Ah, damn.
Yeah, that was great.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Is I'm gonna be making those plays, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna at least be committing and trying to figure out like.
Yeah.
What to-
Well, and I think in that scenario, like, well, fuck.
He's so low.
Top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
I think honestly, all of that comes back to just a little bit of hesitation on the Witch Doctor, because when you first got stunned by him, you took a moment before you turned to like chase him down. Oh no, Mirana!
Just go on him.
No, Mirana!
Go. Why did the? What does Ogre Mother do? Oh no. Yeah.
Oof. Okay. Let's try to get you some sort of item that'll help short term. I think you're gonna want drums this game. You really need movement speed, just across the board. So I would start working towards that, and just go scrap bottom. Like you can maybe kill this Pudge if no, there's. Yeah, you can probably kill the Pudge. Yeah, Scorch, get on him. Infernal Blade. Okay, just back up. Yeah. You're gonna take too much damage here.
No, don't give me... Oh my god, am I playing with people who've never played the game before? Ay, ay, ay. He gave me a healing salve when I had Maledict on me. Oh, little bean. Oh, that's tough. Alright. Game is hard. I'm like kind of tempted at this point to start buying like at least a set of wards so we can get some kind of vision bottom.
Yeah, honestly,
because, like, we have no...
What I would do to
see.
try to salvage this game right now is I would buy a smoke, I would TP to mid, I would try to get like the ogre, sniper, and basically everybody I can to just walk anywhere and like chase people down. This bounty hunter sees absolutely everything right now, so like he's got a fucking vanguard in face. Like he's literally taking 0 damage. Oh my god, yeah, your team is just so fucking sad. Honestly, just like, well, everybody's tracked, eh? Yeah. Just pop the smoke and run at the razor. Just pop it and like just ping the razor like non-stop. Just fucking. Don't worry about the punch. Oh my god, why? Yeah, okay. Whew. Your team is just getting like so distracted by the wrong shit. You want to kill that razor. Like I would just ping the razor like crazy and just try to go up there and just cast a doom on him. Okay, and he's keeping up to mid because your CK is throwing himself at mid lane. Okay.
Oh, nice work.
Whoa, what the fuck? Hell yeah. Nice arrow.
Okay.
Wait, was that an arrow? What the fuck happened there?
Yeah, that was Marana's arrow.
Sick. Alright, well, that's good.
Your middle tower is defending itself.
Yeah, this is a rough rough game. There's not much to say about this. Just go with your team, just run into the jungle here, try to get like a doom off on the bounty or something. Like any kill you can get right now is gonna be huge. Like they have such a net worth lead that like literally any kill is a ton of net worth swing for you guys. I was just about to say you're gonna get dust, so that's good.
Why are we just all grouped farming mid?
The enemy attacks your bottom tower. Where will the line be drawn? Bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe start looking for the jug right now. Oh, you can doom this razor.
No, I doomed the... Sorry, last time we talked we said to doom the... No, this is not going well.
Yeah. No, I said you probably don't want to doom the bounty before because he's like super
Oh,
tanky.
God, I'm sorry. I misheard you.
All good. Yeah, because he's got like a vanguard. It's gonna be really hard to kill that guy in general, and his abilities don't do a lot.
He's so low. Like, sniper, what even are you... Okay, thank you. At least tomorrow.
Dooming the razor there is definitely the choice, but yeah, this is nearly a game that I would abandon.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is under attack. They seek an advantage.
Don't chase, don't chase. You're gonna walk into 5 years there. Yeah, I got a couple more dusts and just keep devouring. Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
Infernal Blade him and phase boots. Yeah, you're cut. Unfortunately.
This is very... Go, go! Fucking CK. Oh my Jesus Christ.
I think this sniper might think the shrapnel stacks.
To your bottom tower. One side come to regret this.
Watch out from behind. There's a guy down here.
Okay.
And the bounty right there as well.
Yeah.
Nah, just leave, just leave. Not even worth it.
Is under attack.
Yep, sometimes
Oh,
your
God.
safe lane just goes fucking 0 and 8 and buys back twice. That's
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, come on. Alright. I should have not been standing still and trying to buy a smoke.
yeah. I
It's my fault.
think you were also tracked there, so he was able to see you through the trees.
Ah, okay, that might be what it is.
Yeah, because Bounty's been running around behind your team and getting tracks off.
Oh, sweetie, what are you... Okay, I'm gonna try to help out here. Probably a bad idea. Alright.
Honestly, I would just leave all of this. Let your towers fall. Don't give a fuck. Like, I would just, like, walk down the side lane and just try to, like... either side lane, really, and just...
Oh my god, okay.
Because
That's a good topic.
they're so far ahead. Any single hero on their team can kill any single hero on your team now, so, like...
God, now the Razor's top,
Yeah,
so...
like... Honestly, I would just walk to bottom and, like, oh my god, Valley's just on your ass in place. Yeah, like, there's no redeeming this game. Anywhere that you can go to just, like, eat jungle creeps with Devour, and, like, I would just use that smoke on yourself and just, like, walk into their jungle and just farm, like... Like, you're not gonna contribute anything to this shit mid. The other team just, like... You know, there's Fed, and then there's Fed with a bounty hunter tracking at the same time, so, like, their net worth has to be, like, probably 15 or 30k ahead of you. Well, not 30, but...
Why did I do that? That was not my greatest moment. And that is what I get for reading things and not whatever. It's fine. It is fine.
Don't show on the lane. Don't show on the lane. They'll chase if you show. Just go through the jungle. Just Scorched Earth, Infernal Blade it, like...
Boy, fresh mate. Holy shit, Chicago! Witness and double tremble. middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
While you're farming, like, just in general, Infernal Blade
I've been
is
clicking.
pretty...
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
Infernal Blade's
yes.
pretty good just for, like, using on big creeps and shit. Because it'll just, like, burn them down over time.
Your top tower is under attack.
Can I know they'll chase me, but can I like cut this wave or something to like take away their back door?
Yeah, you could, like, I mean, definitely, like, if I was, like, still invested in this game, I'd be, like, you know, I'd be, like, cutting waves and just trying to, like, shit disturb and draw them across the map. Because that is, like, what you'll do in a losing scenario, is, like, a lot of times carries will, like, you know, smoke themselves over to the enemy team's jungle, they'll farm, and then they'll cut waves, and as soon as the other team notices and starts chasing, then they'll just TP back home and use this space that they created for themselves, right? So that's actually, like, a pretty good game plan. In this game, I think it just means that the bounty hunter, like, TPs, tracks you, kills you, and then you end up sad and back at your base and getting fountain farmed. So, you know, I would honestly just, like, let this one end. You know, a couple minor things that could have gone differently for you in the bottom lane, but fundamentally, all of this comes down to the fact that, like, your team let their bounty hunter get, like, 15 track kills before 10 minutes, and that's about it.
Regeneration.
If you eat that big creep, that's a good aura that I like to have on Boom. Gives you the Thunderclap, which is pretty good for farming, and the Swiftness aura also gives you attack speed, which is also very nice for farming.
Almighty money.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
So at no point do I actually want to come back to this.
I wouldn't. Like, you might be able to get back and, like, get one Doom kill or something, but it's just gonna make this game take longer. I would rather just say, like, let's get out of this and find you a new game where, you know, there's actually, like, shit to there's shit to learn. Like, yeah, like this is not a teachable, learnable game. Like, I'm not even gonna open the replay for this. It's not even worth bothering. This thing fell apart so fucking quickly, and it fell apart in both of the side lanes, or like both of the other two lanes. You know, like I said, minor things you could have done relating to like staying alive versus this Jug Witch Doctor combo, but like realistically, not worth it. Let's just go next. They're definitely all gonna run immediately for you, so I might like just TP.
I think they're roshing.
Yeah, that could be it.
So they all kind of got back towards mid. But yeah, I can TP out.
In terms of items this game, I would, like, you know, not that it's really going to matter, but just for the principle of figuring out that thought process on items, like, I really like the idea of a Lotus Orb this game. You've got two cores that are heavily physical damage base, being Jug and Razor. You have something that you consistently need to purge, which is Track. And you also have a bunch of really good abilities that you can deflect, being the Dismember, the Razor Link, and the Witch Doctor Cask. So,
Gotcha.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Maybe go try to kill that Razor. He's completely separated from his team right now. You can go doom him and just like... You just come in from behind and doom that guy.
Your middle tower is under
I think
attack.
he'd die.
His bottom tower
Activate drums and just like run in and...
more territory.
Yeah, get him! Get him!
Your middle tower is under attack.
He should die to
No,
that. I
he's-
would just walk away. Yeah, I think he's dead. Oh yeah, he's gone. He's trying to deny himself. No, he got
got
the deny! What? Oh, no way!
First mate.
That's so sad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right.
Middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Middle barracks are under attack.
Scorched Earth? Drums?
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I figured something like that would happen. Gotta try. Gotta
Yeah.
try.
Killing spree. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I'm so glad, Chaos Knight, that you have 4 bracers and a backpacked quarterstaff. This is like... Oh my god.
Has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, like... Razor into CK is a really rough lane for CK, but like... I think all that happened up there was that he just got hooked like 20 fucking times. Like, I think Pudge was just standing in trees and hooking the CK, and he just ended up dead over and over and over. All there was to it. It wasn't even like, oh yeah, I got a damage still, and it was like... Ugh.
Woo! Ha! Suck it. Alright.
Desktop
Demands defense.
Yeah, worth a try.
Yeah.
Oh, that was rough.
Alright, that game didn't happen.
Yeah, we're gonna pretend that wasn't a thing.
God. Alright, wait, actually, I did want to see something there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Bounty was a Smurf as well. Yeah. That's 100% a Smurf account. So, that'll have something to do with it, but,
Oh yeah.
That's rough.
Given that that is below average performance for them.
yeah. Yeah,
Is.
like their wins tag isn't showing anything, so I don't think they have any, like, formal ranked games or anything, so... Yeah, that's, I actually
Yeah,
checked
they
the
have
Razor
a-
too, but the Razors just got fed off of the bounty, so...
Yeah, and they're spamming. Looks like it's a new account. They're spamming Bounty Hunter. They got a Rampage as Bounty Hunter on Tuesday.
Yeah, oh, this is interesting, actually. I think the Pudge was also a Smurf.
Really?
Well, so the Pudge looks like his account is D-ranked, because his previous rank was Legend, which is like 3k MMR higher than where you're at.
Yeah.
But he is like a Guardian 3, so it looks like this account was probably just like deranked a bunch, like they purposefully threw a shit ton of games to get to a low MMR and then like just playing back up.
Why? Like, why would you do that? If you're already at that MMR, like, what is that going to do for you?
Fuck knows. They just want easy games. They just want to win. Unfortunate. All right. Yeah, didn't happen. All right. You want to take a moment? Just
no, I'm good. That just like those kinds of games in Dota are. I don't mind. Like I've said a bunch of times, I don't mind losing.
Yeah.
But I have to feel like there's something that I can learn or whatnot. Like I got more practice in the laning phase, and a harder laning phase, which I appreciate. But like by and large, the things like team fights that I really wanted to practice, no.
yeah, and actually like wait, was the oh yeah, the bounty was mid, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah.
No, the Razor was mid, right? No?
No, Razor was offlane with the Pudge.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah, that was a mid bounty. Yeah, so that was absolutely just a case of, like, you just got smurfed by a guy that, like, played the super hyper snowbally hero and just, like, abused the shit out of it. So, yeah, super rough, and, again, just... I kind of don't even blame your team. Like, your sniper was always going to lose against that smurf, and then because it's...
0-14, though?
Yeah. Well, and because it's a bounty hunter, like, the whole thing is if bounty gets off to a good start, he's just tracking... He sees everywhere you go, he tracks you, and he just, like, gets more gold, right? Like, that guy's net... That guy killed 70 creeps and had a net worth of 22,000, right? Like...
Yeah.
You farmed almost double the creeps that he did, and you had less than half the net worth. Like that's how bounty do. So yeah, we can. If you want to just go straight into another one, we can just like start again.
Yeah.
If you want to,
let's just. Nope. Let's just pretend that one didn't happen. I hate Smurfs.
What kind of music you into, Jess?
What?
What kind of music you into?
So I would say like I'm more of like a situational music person.
Alright.
So it really like genres and everything can vary quite wildly based on what I'm doing. So like if I'm coding versus if I'm like reading or exercising, like I have very, very eclectic music taste depending on what I'm doing. But how about you?
Mostly like hard, fast stuff. I like punk, some metal, like thrash metal and stuff. I every once in a while I'll like throw on like a synthwave mix or something if I'm like if I'm coding or writing documents and stuff for work. But I tend to like music hard and fast.
Yeah, I can get behind that for sure.
All right.
Okay.
Those are some good support picks. I like that. Lich is really nice with Doom because Frost Shield with Scorched Earth means that you're slowing them while you're walking forward onto them and just messing their day up. Really nice. You're a good hero against Darkseer because if you get like the Troll Summoner, you can just like net him and then Infernal Blade and just like waste the entire duration of Surge.
Ooh,
Keep people
okay.
held down. Also good against Silencer. Silencer's probably going to be your main Doom target unless he's already casted Global Silence. So it's going to be a bit of a back and forth game between you guys this game of him trying to silence before you blink in and mess stuff up.
Okay.
Tinker, you are a big Tinker hunter. You're definitely going to want a Blink Dagger now in this game.
Okay.
You're going to need to be able to get on top of them. If you can Doom the Tinker, you basically won the fight for your team, so be thinking about that pretty constantly. Shiva's Guard is a surprisingly good item for that because you can use it to scout trees, basically. So if you know that Tinker's TP'd in somewhere, you can like activate Scorched Earth, Shiva's, and then blink on something, and you'll see the entire tree line, and then you can just Doom the Tinker.
Ooh, okay.
So something to consider down the line here. There's not a lot of physical damage. It's just the Marcy that you're going to need that like armor for. So early game here, I would probably consider going something like Phase Boots into Hood of Defiance into your Blink Dagger maybe. But we'll kind of see how the lane plays out and stuff. Also, not quite sure what their lineup is, if it's a Marcy carry.
Yeah.
If it's... Yeah, it'll probably be Marcy carry Silencer 5? Darkseer Centaur off lane?
Last match the Silencer was like 22, 6, and 14, so...
Yeah. Just have your courier bring a mango out to you as well. It's nice. It's just nice to have a little mango and like have that extra mana as well as the passive HP regen. It's not a lot, but it's something.
Sounds good.
All right, so hopefully we don't get first blood of this game. We can go cut the creeps like we've been talking about the last few games.
Right?
No pudges
no
this time.
pudge
So you're
this
gonna be fine.
time.
Yeah. So yeah, as soon as you get this creep, just like walk up basically through here and just eat the range creep before the waves even meet.
Okay.
Yeah, Silencer looks like he's off lane.
Just 30 seconds now.
I'm really curious what these lanes are going to be. This is very, very weird. Like Darkseer 5, Marcy carry or something, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, he just...
Begins.
Oh, no.
Oh, she
Unfortunate.
punched me or something, and it interrupted it? What? I don't know what happened there.
You just didn't get in range because she kind of body blocked you a little bit.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Darkseer Marcy, okay. It's going to be a very interesting lane. I think you're going to find a lot of scenarios in this lane where you're going to have to just kind of stand and fight a little bit. Like, you're going to get tossed into a creep wave or something, and you're just going to want to, like... Ooh, okay, back up a little bit. That creep is doing a lot of damage. Yeah, this... So... Yeah, kill the creep quick. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that Ion Shell damage is crazy. You're gonna... trying to think of how to play this lane already. I think you might want to max Infernal Blade in this lane.
Okay.
Particularly because Marcy's a strength hero, has a decent amount of HP, so the burn damage is going to be nice. But also because, like, Scorched Earth isn't gonna change a lot in the outcome of these fights because of Surge. So,
Okay.
Like, Surge can get them in or out of your range, and you can't chase them particularly well, so you might as well do as much damage as you can while fighting them directly.
Okay.
So, very strange lane in general, but yeah, I would hold on to that Devour cooldown until the Ion Shell comes out. If you can just eat the Ion Shell creep over and over, that'll be beneficial for you. You can probably just use it right now, because he used Ion Shell to fight the Lich, so... Oh, alright. Lich managed to deny himself, that's pretty good. Didn't give up the first blood. I would get boots and another set of tangles thrown out. Sorry, you were saying something there?
Oh, no. Yep, you answered my question. That was just for the movement speed.
Yep. Just smack her with Infernal Blade too. Like just, you want to be using that a lot more frequently. A lot of like where your mana usage comes from, and I think when we were talking about the Soul Ring, you were like, I don't use a lot of mana. Just keep using Infernal Blade. Like if you just hit her with it over and over and over in lane, like on cooldown, she's gonna have a much harder time than she would otherwise. Yeah, just like get her with it right now. Yeah, like she's not gonna trade favorably against that, so just kind of keep doing it over and over. Infernal later.
Yeah, if she steps up again, I will.
Yeah, exactly. Look at how fucking sad she is. You can feel a lot more comfortable kind of stepping up in this lane. Like, you are pretty tanky. You have 7 armor. Like, even if you're tanking a little bit of creeps, it's okay. Like, there was that one time where you tanked, like, 6, and I was like, oh, okay, that's a little too much. But, like, you know, don't feel too bad. Like, just turn right now. Hit her. In front of me. Yeah. Fuck her up. Yeah, chase, actually. Chase. You can... Okay. Whatever, yeah. Oh, okay. That's fine, yeah. Look at how much they had to spend just to, like, avoid you using one spell, right? Like, yeah, just keep that up, right? And you know your Infernal Blade's gonna come off cooldown around the time that she's like ready to fight you again, so you're gonna be just fine. Yeah, and you very much own this lane.
Arms for the dead.
Yep, there you go. Again. Bam. Like, fuck her. You maybe just okay. I was gonna say you might even want to just like Scorched Earth under the tower because he wasted that, but yeah, that was kind of a situational thing. Maybe go look for a creep teat. See if there's a small cap there.
Ooh, yes.
Okay, you don't want that one. Yeah. I mean, you might as well just take it, because it's a passive to have. It's not a great passive, but it's whatever. Yeah, just walk away. No, yeah. You're gonna take way too much damage from the Ion Shell. That spell is nasty.
Yeah.
This game seems a lot better. Your bottom lane traded a kill for a kill. You got a good lane up top. You're doing all right. This game feels a lot less insane than the last game.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
You
You can eat that creep in a second, and then yeah.
Rise.
Now you'll probably want to grab that Soul Ring. You are pretty low on mana, and you're not going to be able to Doom as soon as it comes up. But
I think she's dead.
You got
Yeah,
it.
let's
Nice.
get him.
And then,
Okay, I might have to trade here.
Yeah,
But
no,
now I'm gonna run! Now I'm gonna run!
Woo!
Oh,
not with the creeps!
no,
Okay.
no,
You're good.
don't.
You're good. You're good. Tinker, no!
No, Tinker! Oh.
So I think your mistake there was do you know how to like juggle aggro on towers?
Fuck no, I don't.
Okay.
And
so,
also, I just read an article about how it's hella bugged. And,
yeah, that
like-
got fixed already.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically what maybe I'll have to like take you into a demo mode and show you this a little bit later. But basically if you issue an attack order on a friendly unit, you will lower your priority order against the tower. So with your Lich there, you could have forced the tower to attack Lich instead of you by clicking onto your Lich.
Oh, okay, so it works with, like, I knew that for, like,
Yeah.
creeps and stuff, but I didn't know if that worked for heroes.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
So you could have done that and then walked out to the left, and I think you would have been okay. But because you walked right and gave vision of yourself via the lane creeps, Tinker was able to find you and get that rocket off.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you're doing all right here. I would, just mow down on one of those creeps. I would maybe start saying you should put points into Scorched Earth now. Like, don't even finish getting level 4 Infernal Blade. Infernal Blade, really, really good for winning you the lane, but again, it doesn't help you farm, and it doesn't help you kind of fight in team situations. Infernal Blade, the creep that's Iron Shield too. Like, you want to kill that as soon as possible so that it doesn't, like, keep chipping you down like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. There's some kind of business happening bottom, but I think...
Yeah.
No, I don't.
I think that's just going to be one of those things where, like, because there's a Tinker, there's going to be skirmishes and side lanes kind of non-stop. Thankfully, your Naga this game, though, looks like she has kind of the head of, she's, like, thinking about the idea that she doesn't want to be there where the fights are. So she's already in the jungle, so I'm worrying about this a lot less than I would have in that Void game. Because your carry has already recognized the problem and, like, retreated away. They're going to kill the AA, but it's okay because, AA is just kind of eating up some of that space while the Naga's farming. So just continue applying pressure. Maybe, like, ping your AA and just say, like, come get T1 or something like that. So that you're applying pressure to the right side of the map as soon as AA is back up. And I would look at getting a Hood of Defiance as your first item as well. So you can go over to the Secret Shop and get your Ring of Health there as well. And
Hood.
might be able to kill the Darkseer here. He's coming for that Secret Shop as well. Okay, yeah, he's too far off.
Yeah, alright.
Your Infernal Blade's on autocast, so that's going to apply to every, like, creep and stuff too, so just be cognizant of, like, using that. Wait, does it actually? I don't actually know. So this is a very awkward game because theoretically what you want to be doing right now is you want to be pushing the wave a bunch, killing the tower so that you can run into the enemy jungle and find Marcy. However, they have a Darkseer and a Tinker that are going to just spam the waves non-stop. You're not going to be able to get this creep wave up to the tower. Ooh, that was interesting. So I would like Scorched Earth right now and just see if you can push really aggressively on this tower. Like, kill that creep, yeah, right away. Like, yeah, your Lich has got the right idea. Get up to the tower, pressure as much as you can, and then I might even honestly just walk past from the tower straight into the jungle and just go looking for trouble. Because, like, towers are going to be really hard to come by this game. Ooh, Marcy, just Doomer.
I
the
tried to get
attack
another
is-
stun off on her. Yeah, I
Yeah.
tried to get another E.
Your bottom tower.
What happened there? Why was your attack speed so low? Is that a Marcy thing? Pulse attack slow.
yes.
Yeah, it is. Holy shit. Why does that ability do so much shit?
Yeah.
Damage, movement slow, attack speed slow, and she gets bonus movement speed. Ay, ay, ay. Fuck Marcy.
Bottom tower is gone.
Oh, you gave it to me because it's my job, apparently, to put wards down.
I think it might have been like a misclick and he was asking you
No.
for it back.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a really shit situation. Like you're caught laning against a 5 position because their carry's gone off to the jungle, which is like kind of the worst situation you want to be in, right? Because you can't set the pace of the game right now.
Yeah.
Because they've kind of created this like no-win pressure situation. So I would go elsewhere. Like you need to be doing something, and if you're
Okay.
not killing this Darkseer, then it's not just happening, right? So I would start looking like maybe just bring out a smoke for you and Lich so that you can like kill a wave and then walk into the jungle and find Marcy. Because like the
Marcy's
more,
mid.
yeah, the more time you spend just like sitting here fighting Ion Shelled creeps, the further ahead in net worth the other team's getting, right? Because their Tinker is TPing
Okay.
around the map farming, Marcy's farming the jungle, and then their Darkseer's getting all of this lane experience just spamming out Ion Shells on the wave, right? So something's got to give. You're not winning the economy battle right now because your 2 cores are farming jungle, whereas theirs are farming all of the lanes, right? So as soon as that smoke gets there, smoke with your Lich, just go find anything. Like, don't even worry about that creep wave, just pop the smoke and just like run straight into their jungle. You know, find a Marcy, find a Tinker, do anything. As soon as you see anybody, Scorched Earth, Phase Boots, run at them. Yeah, go. She's slowed, keep chasing. Somehow the... Oh my god. She
Oh, are you kidding me?
Kidding. Go on, Tinker, yeah. That is unfucking fortunate. Holy shit.
Yep. All right.
That's
We
alright.
got
Honestly, you know what? That's actually fine.
Don't dive. Don't dive more.
Yeah, he's fine. He knows what he's doing.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. Actually, so and that's why I said just go do something, because even though that was like the messiest, ugliest, just like a fucking fraction of a hair away from like getting the exact fight you wanted, it still resulted in their carry dying, right? Because you just stirred some shit up. Your team went, oh shit, something's happening. I'm gonna come over there, right? Like the AA came and helped, the Morphling came and helped. Like something happened, right? So you broke
Yeah.
that cycle of like, okay, we're just losing the economy battle, and you know something starts. So just start looking for that a little bit more. You know, you're gonna have to deal with top, like eat a creep, buy that Blink Dagger as soon as you can, and honestly, just go again with the Lich. Like, don't get caught here on these creep waves. It's not efficient.
Okay.
Go, just run at the Darkseer there. Run at this.
Can I just doom him?
Ooh, no, not with the silencer there. Just run. Just
Okay.
run. Put up and run. Yeah,
Oh
he might
god.
be
Oh
fucking
god.
dead. Ooh, that's sad. That is real sad.
Damn it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, there's all. I mean, that's kind of making space. There's like 4 or 4 top. So,
Yeah, a little bit, and you know that is
I
like
guess.
right principle. You know, you do want to like be pressuring enough that they feel like they have to respond. Unfortunately, like they've got the tempo of the game right now, right? Like their Centaur got your tier 1 and he got a Blink Dagger, right? You didn't get the tier 1, you don't have a Blink Dagger, so therefore he's the one running around making plays. I think we talked about this in one of the Venno games that you played. It was very similar to this, where it was like you got caught just unable to pressure and make that first step into the enemy's territory, and now you're on the back foot, right? Every fight is being initiated by the other team. The Tinker has a Blink Dagger, the Centaur has a Blink Dagger, they're putting the pressure on you. So
Yeah.
I would again buy a smoke, go find something. You need any semblance of kill, like you need tempo, right? And the more you just doom her. Yeah, go. Doom. Okay.
Let me get her in vision again.
No, not anymore.
Ooh. Yes.
Just back.
No, really? Are you sure? Do I have to?
You're not gonna catch her. She's too fast. Like you're
Okay.
getting pulled in so deep. This is what we talked about in the first game you played. It was like when you chased that Magnus, like the tier 2, like that was really good if you doomed her right when she got up the high ground. But she was able to like activate her phase boots and her ulti and ran away from me because of that, right? Just ping your smoke and go with the AA and the Lich again. Like, just go find something. You want to kill, like, the Tinker or the Marcy. This Darkseer is not the target. It's really unfortunate your team's focusing on that. Your... Alright. Okay, this might actually be alright. You can turn it after the global.
Good.
Yeah, just... Okay.
Well, I guess we got their carry,
Yeah.
but
Not the worst thing. Again, like you're creating a situation where now people are fighting and you're breaking the cycle, right? Morphling comes, he gets a kill. So still not bad, and actually you're gonna get even more. Okay, so fucking
sweet.
great, right? So yeah, that was actually pretty good. I think with the Song of the Siren, you either do two things there. You either walk away, or you walk in deep and you get the doom off on Tinker as soon as the song ends. And again, you kind of did neither, and so you ended up in that weird position where you got like caught in the middle of that fight. But it still actually didn't end up too bad. But yeah, just keep being a shit disturber, right? Like, you've still got a smoke. You don't have Doom right now, so maybe just try to farm your Blink Dagger as quickly as you can. But once your Blink is up, like, there's a lot you can do, so, oh my god.
I'm thinking magic resistance this game in terms of talent.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
And thankfully your Lich is actually, like, playing around you instead of, like, going to where the Naga is, so, you do have, like, a good, you know, your team is, for the most part, doing the right thing. And your Morphling almost has a smoke as well, or almost has a E-Blade as well, so you're doing good. Don't smoke quite yet. I would just go, like, get your Blink, because your Morphling almost has a shotgun, you almost have your Blink, and your team's actually, like, kind of making a little bit of space for you, so... Okay, this is not a fight you should be fighting with, but it's happening.
Oh, nope. I am getting back. Oh, I wish I could. Oh, it's almost off cooldown. 8 seconds. Oh, damn.
Oh no.
He's so low. Alright. Buddy, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I mean, that was 100% a kill if he didn't, like, show himself before he threw the ulti. That was weird.
Would we please like to smoke now? I guess? I don't know. Almost a Blink Dagger. But I don't know. Everyone's just going back to that like passive farming thing
Yeah.
again. So
Go get the second. Yeah. Oh, you can get him. You can get him. Yeah, yeah. Farmblade, phase boots, Jason.
oh god, this is bad. Like I can't do dives like that right now. Like we don't have vision there, and they have the Tinker, and
Yeah.
like I don't think we can. I don't think like I think in a normal game it feels like we should be able to dive that, but like I don't know. It feels like super dangerous to be pushing.
All right. As soon as you're back up, I would. I was gonna say I would TD top, but you're. Yeah.
It's like everybody and the Tinker's coming in too. So
Unfortunate. Okay. You've got your blink now. Just try to get another pick off. Like their heroes are not invincible like the heroes that you fought last game. You can blink on that Tinker maybe and get him. Yeah. Get him. Oh, nice. Get him. Yeah, Scorcher. Boom. Fuck that guy. Just do it. Oh no. Okay, you're good. I thought you were gonna like miss the attack because he had you blinded from the laser, and I was like, just fucking do it. Make sure you're good.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh god. Oh
like I
god.
said, don't even try.
No,
don't even
I'm
try.
not going in that. Nope.
Yeah, they got a Orchid on the Marcy, which is fucking scary. As soon as your supports are up, just like ping your smoke, your blink, and just try to go find a fight. Again, like I said, their heroes are stronger than yours, but they're susceptible to being killed. Last game, all of their heroes were way too strong for you to even fucking consider murdering. You can get that silencer, yeah. Nice. And you can...
Oh god. Now I gotta fucking get away. Alright, 2, 1. Come on, no, please.
Mercy.
Ah. Yeah, I don't know what to do.
I think in that scenario, you probably should have just doomed the silencer and then turned and walked away.
Okay.
You stayed in that fight too long because you opted to save your doom, and that allowed the Marcy to turn around and find you after killing your AA. If you had just like Infernal Bladed and doomed the silencer, he dies, and you have 10 more seconds to maneuver that fight before Marcy finds you.
Okay.
Alright. This game is not lost. Like, it feels doom and gloom, but, like, fundamentally, your lineup is still effective against their lineup, and your Naga still has a reasonable amount of farm that she can use to come back if you guys take a good fight or two. So, clear your head, take a little breath, and then just keep looking for these little opportunities, because they're diving way too deep constantly, and if you can find these little, like, blinks and just catch them here and there, you'll come out of it okay, I think. So, what I would do is just, like, look for a new creep, because your Devour's up to a higher level now, so you definitely don't need that envenomed weapon. Like, even just, like, eating that Wildkin, that's an armor bonus. Might as well have it. It's better than that. What you're gonna
What do I want to buy?
I would say completing the pipe is gonna be pretty beneficial. I would maybe go pipe into Halberd.
Okay.
Because that deals with kind of Tinker and like Silencer and Darkseer, and then it deals with the Marcy. Yeah. That feels right to me, I think. You might also want to Lotus Orb this game, because there is that, like, stupid Orchid that is getting played, and you have a few spells that you could deflect, like, from Tinker and Silencer as well, so... watch mid. You may want to... Blink for the Tinker as soon as you land.
I'm already, like...
Okay. Pipe it up and just walk away, then. You can actually...
Can I just alter?
Yeah, do it.
Oh, she gets it off, like... Oh yeah, I'm fucked. Like, they have so much control of, I feel like, I don't know, vision or something. We somehow have not managed to deward. Why did we block our own? Ay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say, like, I'm pretty confident. Like, if I were to take over for you right now, I'm pretty confident I could win this game. So definitely, like, still totally playable. Let's
Okay.
yeah, let's just. I think what we should be focusing on really is just like, how do you find the Tinker in every single fight? Because I said that kind of right at the start of this game. That's exactly what you need to be doing. Is like, the Tinker needs to die and he needs to be the Doom target, right? So
Yeah.
So just like in every fight, just hang back a little bit, and as soon as you see Tinker kind of reveal himself, blink and insta-doom. Because if you get caught by that global silence, then you're in trouble. Ooh, actually, BKB is your next item. Actually, I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Okay.
But
Let me see. Yep.
I would actually smoke these 3 heroes right now. Just smoke this little group and just like ping your Doom and go find somebody. You can go to where Marcy is, or yeah. Oh, TP to bottom.
Or-
and yeah, TP to bottom. Maybe. Holy fuck! What is that damage? How does this hero exist? Holy shit!
Okay, I guess we're just farming, and nobody wanted to do anything.
Yeah. Oh, man. Fucking Marcy's actually ridiculous. Okay. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think I can see team chat. Is he saying something?
Tower is under attack.
What?
So, I don't think-
Yeah,
oh.
he's upset at me for removing the sentries he keeps using to block our camps.
Yeah, I saw that. Go to bottom, prepare for a fight there.
Okay.
Looks like they're backing up, but... You might be able to catch this Tinker. Okay. Yeah, when he walked up that far, you probably could have snatched him right there.
Okay.
He is doing that pretty consistently. Like, I noticed on the mid fight, like when I said like, oh, blink on him, Tinker is getting like really far forward and making himself easy to doom. So just keep an eye on that. Like, whenever these fights start kind of brewing and these this tension gets created, you just kind of stand near the front line but out of vision, and as soon as Tinker reveals himself, you want to like blink, Infernal Blade, Doom, and then walk away. Because he'll burn to the damage, and the key thing is that the rest of your team can fight while he's disabled. He won't be able to pump damage into the fight because he's doomed, right? Watch out, watch out. You're showing right now. Blink away, blink away. Stop.
What?
Stop. Stop typing.
Oh
Run.
What the hell? Why was I all the way up there?
Because you were typing.
No!
Uh-oh. Like, pipe, scorched earth, and run. The pipe might save you enough that you can blink if they don't do physical damage. Okay, you're in trouble now, yeah.
This is the real deal.
Okay, yeah. Blink. He got himself on scorched earth so he can blink on you. Morph like that.
Okay.
Jess, you almost died to be toxic.
I
That's
wasn't
not
being
you.
toxic, but that person is actually griefing. They're blocking all of our camps with sentries. That kind of shit should get reported. I don't say report people for being bad.
I think they actually think they're helping too. Oh yeah, go on the silencer. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah. Marcy's gonna die for that for sure.
I'm gonna die for it, but... Ooh! Yeah. Alright, well... Got the
It's okay. Yeah,
mercy, I
that's,
guess.
that is a big kill. You got a fuck ton of room for that.
Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree.
Ay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
From the deeps.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Loaded to the gills.
Maybe go look for Marcy. If you're a Naga can disable her there, you guys can collapse on that for sure. She's a BKB, but I don't know if it's behind. Okay, yeah, that's not me.
Why are my spells not working? Jesus Christ!
Fight.
I should have doomed the centaur, I think.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Mega kill!
Man, Tinker is just the worst. Ugh. Tinker and Marcy in the same game. It's not something you ever want to see.
Yeah, I kind of wish that with new heroes that they would introduce them into unranked first, and like kind of how they keep them out of captain's mode for a while, like not put them right into ranked, because until they're like well balanced and everything, I just feel like it's really easy to exploit, and I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's always like, yeah, ranked when a new hero comes out is always a fucking mess.
So I'm not sure even like where to be right now. Like it's not like we can't play too far forward.
So I think right now, like again, I think your whole game plan should just be buying smokes and getting your team to go kill with Doom. Like, and it feels like shit because you're so far behind. You're 30 kills behind in this game. So like, you know, it's not gonna do much, but like I would just smoke right now and like try to wrap around. If you can find the Tinker and get a Doom off on him and kill him, I think this whole like house of cards comes crumbling down around them. So you really do need to just like get a ward up in a safe space, kind of just barely ahead of yourself, and then just back up right now. You're gonna get caught.
Yeah. Oof, poor Morph.
Yeah, you need to use that Doom to like wrap the back of the fight. Like if you had gone kind of up through the trees, or like up through the triangle and kind of wrapped around on mid, you might have found them. Because this lineup that they have is so like frontline, backline later, right? They have Marcy, they have
Yeah.
Centaur, they have Darkseer, then they have Silencer and Tinker. And Silencer and Tinker are all of their damage. Well, I mean, Marcy's fucking ridiculous, but like you can ignore Marcy for a little bit. And so the so yeah, by taking them head on, you guys are almost just guaranteeing a loss with every single fight. So if you can find a way around them to like be a backline hitter, that's kind of the key to this game in particular. But yeah, I mean, just numbers wise, it's a little bit too far gone. I think there is a lot to glean from this game though, so we can like watch a replay and go through this one. Definitely wasn't as bad as the as the last game, so stuff to learn here. I think a lot of what this game came down to was the thing I was kind of describing when I said you need to start looking for kills. Is that the other team, Centaur, won bottom lane. And I kind of said it like in the game as well, was that like...
Oh, yeah, I'm not going in on that.
Yeah, I would just like smoke out to jungle and just go hide. Like, yeah, there's... So like, just let them end it. Not a lot worth doing here. But yeah, so sorry, what I was saying was like, because the Centaur kind of killed your bottom lane and then had his Blink Dagger and started making plays, that was where the game came apart, right? And you were actually kicking the shit out of Marcy. Like, you made her so miserable in lane with those Infernal Blade hits that she just straight up fucked off, right? Like, she just left. And which is pretty much what you want to do, right? And in most games, what's going to be left over after you do that is going to be some fucking Crystal Maiden or a Lich or an Ancient Apparition or some shit, right? And in that case, you just shove the wave and you get under the tower, you kill it, and you fucking, you dive under the tower, you get the kill, and then you go kill the tier 1, right? But because it was a fucking Darkseer 5, he just sat there and kept spamming Ion Shell, and you were kind of constantly fighting against nothing, right? You were struggling to hold the wave in position against the Ion Shells, which meant that you weren't getting out of the tower, you weren't making progress, and you weren't threatening the Marcy's jungle. And at the same time, this Darkseer is getting rich as fuck, because he's just like getting lane creeps over and over again, right? And we saw that, like, we saw, like, at, 11 or 12 minutes or something, this 5-position Darkseer had Arcane Boots and a Mechanism, which is unbelievable for a 5-position.
Yeah.
But you see this happen sometimes, like, when pro teams draft heroes that really need that jungle space, like say a Naga Siren, for example, is a really good candidate for this. They will pair it with a hero like a Keeper of the Light, or a Lina, well, maybe not Lina, but like something like that has really good wave clear, and can soak up all of that empty lane presence, right? Because the longer you can delay that tier 1 going down, the more you can, the more space that your carry has to farm that lane, right? So what you gotta, the kind of trap that we fell into there was that, they had a hero that would stall out that lane, that would hold it in place, that would really just, like, make it hard for you to get anything done. And because they had that, you couldn't kind of follow that game plan that we already established, that, like, kill the tower, chase the jungle, go to tier 1, right? And you were also behind on your farm because you were kind of constantly battling this, like, Ion Shell coming into you and stuff. So the solution there really is to just, like, switch your mindset as soon as you feel like you've won that lane into farming and, like, resource accumulation, right?
Okay.
Because, and I don't actually know, we'll check the replay on this, but I think when we were talking about skill builds, you were like, okay, as soon as you got to kind of maxed Infernal Blade, I said like, okay, now start looking at Scorched Earth, right? Because that's what's gonna, help you fight more. It's gonna help you farm better. And I think had we just gone like 2 points in Infernal Blade and then gone max Scorched Earth, you would have been able to just like spam down all of those Ion Shell waves and then go farm the hard camp and then go back and forth and like just accelerate your farm, right? You had a free lane, but because you weren't set up to deal with the Ion Shells, you were struggling to just like stay in the lane against four like lane creeps versus thriving in the lane where you would kill all 4 of those range creeps, then go kill a hard camp, then go kill a small camp, then come back and kill the 4 creeps again and do that rotation, right? And because of that, your Blink Dagger was on took longer to acquire. The other team's offlaner got there first and started setting the tempo. So again, we can talk all about how fucking much of a griefer your supports were and how fucking shitty they were and stuff. But,
I mean, it's more like, I don't think we need to belabor that, but I do think that when there are things like the Smurf in the last game, or people literally going out of their way to make the game worse, like, that's worth at least a report, at least.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's how I approach it, but, I mean, I can't change them and I can't fix them. Yeah. It does kind of suck to have this feeling of, like, I don't know, that maybe it's just, like, the last week I've had really bad luck, but, like, a lot of abandons or griefing or, kind of like Smurfy stuff. And it's just like, I don't mind losing. I would prefer it to not be like 61 to 17.
And I mean, like,
stomps are just hard. I don't feel like I learn as much.
And I think this game, like, was, in terms of, like I said, like, there was a point, probably, I don't know what the timestamp was, but like 23 or 24 minutes or something where I said, like, I think I would still be able to pull this game out because, I think your supports. I think there's a difference between a person that's actively trying to ruin the game from the start versus somebody that gets tilted and then starts ruining the game. And I think that the AA and Lich they were playing until they got tilted. And your Naga honestly didn't have too bad farm. Your Morphling didn't have too bad farm. A lot of it was just this kind of game management principle that we've gone over in a bunch of our coaching sessions, right? I think, come on, this replay's taking forever to show up. I think, had you had a Blink Dagger actually, what's the timeline on your item progression here? So, Phase Boots, Soul Ring by about 7 minutes, and then Hood by 11, and then Blink at 22 or something.
Yeah, it took a while to get the Blink.
Yeah, whereas when we look side by side at kind of the Centaur, right? Like, he's kind of doing the same thing as you, where he's like, okay, Phase Boots into first item. He went Vanguard. He had his Vanguard by 10 minutes, and then he had his Blink by like 15:30. And so just looking at you versus the other offlaner there, you can already see the impact that this is going to have, right? Like blind test, which hero would you rather have on your team? And so, part of that comes down to just kind of how the lanes skirmish about in a little bit. But I think what we should really focus on, what we should really look at here is how to play that lane when you get caught in that, like, spammy, can't get to tier 1. Because that is something that, like, I identify with from my own games and shit. I'll have that happen where, I bully the carry out, but then the 5 is just some shit that you can't even dive them because they're so good at clearing the creep wave that you're just going to tank the full thing, right? Like, Keeper of the Light, I think, is kind of the worst offender of this, like, in my opinion, is, like, if you have a Keeper with a fully maxed Q, like, you can't just dive them and kill them because they kill every wave before it gets to the tower, so there's no way to, like, walk in there and prevent them. So, like, And it takes a little bit of getting creative. I know with like my team, sometimes we will literally just say, fuck it, we're diving, and somebody will just tank the tower, and you'll just like eat a bunch of tower hits to kill a 5 position so that you can get the tower. Sometimes it's a matter of doing what we talked about in that game, which is like, just say fuck the lane, stop fighting this ion shell, stop beating your head against the wall, and just like smoke with your 4 and go do something, right? Because the first time we did that, it actually worked out, right? You went and found the Marcy, and even though it was this painful, awkward fucking thing where you walked in, she leapt away, and you chased her into the river, and the Tinker showed up, and you couldn't get the Doom off. It was like, you still went 2 for 2, right? You still shook the game up, which is fundamentally what you want to do. So, so yeah, let's, as soon as this replay comes up, come on. Hey, okay, replay pending, question mark. Where is... There we go. Watch replay. Cool. Alrighty. Cool. Alright, so looking at the game at this point, I jumped ahead a little bit, but already you're like, you know, this is actually okay. Let's go back just a little bit here. Okay, cool. So lane starts out pretty good. You eat a range creep. Marcy tries to toss you around. Doesn't really matter. You're too strong. She didn't get you under the tower. All of this laning, pretty good, honestly. You're controlling it pretty well. You're doing the right amount of damage. I think you took a little bit too much damage from these ion shells. I don't think you were quite respecting how much damage that fucking spell does.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's not something you're normally going to run into as an offlaner, kind of a weird, dumb situation. But, you know, keep it in mind. I think you just, like, cost yourself a little bit of extra regen in that. But even still, like, 30 seconds later, you're looking healthy again. You recovered. You got your tangos up, and like you're stronger than Marcy at this point. So yeah, you're 1-1-1. I think the thing I commented on this in the game was just like, just keep hitting with Infernal Blade, right? Like you know, there's a few instances where like right here you're kind of walking away. You did an Infernal Blade. Like you could have just turned back and hit her with it there. You do get up there. I kind of got you to do it again. But you can see how much chip damage this does and how consistent it is, right? Every 10 seconds, you're hitting her for like 15% of her HP. It fucking sucks. And every time she gets hit with it, she like, you know, backs up. She's hurting a little bit more. You're creating such a huge HP disparity between you two here that like, it's honestly disgusting. And this is what Doom does really well, right? You can just kind of keep doing this, and especially because again Marcy's a strength hero. Like, look at how sad this is. Like, she's fucking like 200 HP, you're full health, and you're not really even trading. This isn't like a skirmish. You're doing one auto attack, she's doing one auto attack, and she's walking away with like 200 less HP, right? So this is honestly great. Your lane's going really well right now. Yeah, you chase her down, almost kill her there. She doesn't have a salve. She's just got to sit under her tower, wait for her courier to come. This lane is yours, 100%. You feel on top of it. The world is yours, no problem. Just keep farming, keep farming, keep farming. And I think this is about... Oh yeah, I was saying... Okay, actually, this little thing right here, it was kind of funny because I wasn't going to tell you to dive it because I knew that Darkseer could come surge her. And then he just randomly surges her, and she doesn't go anywhere with it. So I was like, oh, you can go dive now, because, like, you know, the defensive
I've got the wave gone, right? Pushing in.
Yeah, if you had, like, Scorched Earth under here and just Infernal Bladed her, you might even kill both of them by yourself, right? Which, you know, it's not every day that an opportunity like that just presents itself, because, like I said, I wouldn't have told you to do that if Surge was on the table. But because they used it frivolously, like, that was their escape spell, right? That was the crux of their ability to fight with you there. So yeah, like, this is all good, just like bullying the crap out of her, getting rid of this thing. But I think this is where the lane starts to turn, because Marcy has now officially realized that she's getting the shit kicked out of her anytime she enters this lane, right? Lich is throwing spells at her, you're hitting her with Infernal Blade, shit absolutely sucks, right? And because of that, she's gonna maybe make one or two more appearances, but then she's gonna fuck off. And so things are good for you right now. And as soon as you get Doom, I think we're starting to look at like, you know, oh yeah, going on a tower here. Yeah, you get the kill, you get another kill here. So this is actually like perfect. Oh yeah, and this is where I was saying like you could have gone out to the left. If you had like de-aggroed and walked this way, I think you're okay. But because you walk towards the creeps, there's the Tinker and whatever. But either way, that dive was fucking great. Like, I'd take that trade any day of the week. You kill their 4 and their 5, or their 1 and their 5, and the Tinker has to TP to get the cleanup kill. Fucking beautiful. Like, no problem. I'm still good with that. So you're honestly in, like, a really good spot right now. I think this, like, you know, you're third highest net worth in the game. Tinker and Centaur are a little bit higher. Centaur had a slightly better lane than you, but either way, you're still, like, you're still killing it. Why do I have
little hope for Radiant's middle tower?
only? Oh wait, shit. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Why do I have their fog and not yours?
Because you are player view and you have the player view of the Centaur selected.
Oh, there we go. Ah, I was like, right. Okay, I want pre-game, right? Okay. So, yeah, and this is why I think right around this time was when I told you to start putting points in Scorched Earth. Because I realized that now the Marcy is gone, and you've already, like, committed enough kind of skill points to beating her, right? So now you want to be able to, like, farm, right? You've secured your space in the game, now secure your economy, right? Because you can't farm very fast with Infernal Blade. And you're farming this these creep waves, but you can start to see the effect that this is having, right? You know, the wave isn't moving. It's going to keep staying, like, right around here. And you'll watch this happen, right? He comes in, the Ion Shell, it's pushing you back, the wave comes back. You do kill it, but, like, you're getting shoved away from being able to go up to this tier 1. It's going to keep happening over and over, right? And... what the fuck? Oh, this is... yeah, so they blocked the hard camp here. So... and again, this is tough to deal with. It's one of the hardest things you're going to have to deal with as an offlaner, is how do I have impact when I can't kind of take my first step into the enemy's half of the map, right? And what you just want to be wary of is getting caught in this little, like, loop of, like, okay, I'm just going to keep farming the wave, because the whole time that you're farming this wave, shit's happening on the map, right? Your AA just dies. This Tinker is walking around looking for kills. Their Marcy is farming. Their Silencer and Centaur are pushing, and they're going to get your tier 1, right? You can't be active because you're a playmaker, you're a pace setter, right? And if your pace feels stagnant, it is, and the other team's going to be taking advantage of it. So this was where I was like I said, I was trying to get creative in this moment when I was, like, brainstorming with you. I was like, okay, we got to do something. We got to break this cycle. We got to find a way to get out of this trap. We got to, like, make some shit happen. Which is kind of when I said, like, let's, you know, just get a smoke, go walk away, because you're never going to, like, get this Darkseer, right? Like, you can see how he's playing. He's just hiding in trees. He's never showing, and then he's throwing Ion Shell and he's running away. Like, he's not last hitting creeps. He's just hanging out. And, like, you know, you can't get under the tower there, right? And he starts baiting it in because he knows the Marcy's there, and she comes in to try to help out. I think if you doom her right away here, you actually have a much better fight. But because you waited, she got the toss off, and there was, like, probably a good 4 seconds of, like... actually, let's just, like, look at this for a sec. Because, yeah, when she walks up here, if you immediately doom this, she can't get her Q off, because she does toss the Lich. This is probably still a bad fight. You probably still die. You might kill her if you get that off a little bit sooner. Because, yeah, she survives with about 90 HP. Like, she almost dies, but not quite. Unfortunate. But, yeah, this is kind of where the game is a little bit rough, because... yeah, again, your lane is pushed, you're pushing against nothing, right? So, when we finally get the smoke out, that's kind of when I was like, alright, we need to go do something. Speed this up, it's all kind of the same thing. Again, the game is kind of happening around you, so, if this ever happens again, if you're ever kind of, like, stuck, this smoke is kind of exactly what you want to do, right? And I think right here, you want to Doom first. Because you see her, you've got... Oh, did you not have the range for Doom? No. Okay. So...
You can see me try to, like, yeah. Like, well, you
Yeah.
can't see my clicks, but, I was trying there, and... Yeah.
So, let's go. Because what I think you could have done here, and done differently, is use the burst of movement speed from both Scorched Earth and Phase Boots to secure this, right?
Okay.
Because I noticed that you didn't activate your Phase Boots there, and I think you took a second on your Scorched Earth, and that gave her just enough space that she could activate her Phase Boots herself. So, like, let's play this forward, and we'll kind of watch in slow-mo here, because if you had Scorched Earth and Phase Boots active now, you're in range. And you activated a second later after she's already seen you and turned away. And you activate the Phase Boots a moment later, and you don't get the Doom until... Actually, you don't get it at all, because she gets the Invisible, right? And then you start looking at the Tinker, you get fogged, unfortunately, there. If, like, at this moment... Like, let's watch at full speed. If at this moment you Phase Boots and Scorched Earth, I'm confident you get the Doom, and she dies. Because you were pixels off. And it was really just super unfortunate. And then, like, this Tinker Doom would have been good. That was a great idea. But then he fogs you and you get tossed back. And that's why, like, when this happened, I was like, oh, like, so rough. Because, like, that absolutely was exactly what you wanted to do and how you wanted to play it. You did the right shit. You just got Dota 2. Like, you know? And again, I said it during the fight, it didn't actually end up being that bad, right? You kill the Marcy, you kill the Silencer for you and the Lich. By all accounts, that's a 3 and a 4 for a 1 and a 5, right? Or a 1 and a 3? Oh, 1 and a 4, right? Like, it's fundamentally pretty good trade, and you created some pressure, right? You made this Darkseer look like the dummy now because shit's happening around the map, and he's just sitting here hitting creeps, right? And again, you force a bunch of responses and stuff. Tinker has to come, Centaur has to come. All that time, your Naga is farming, your Morphling is farming, right? That was like the real bright point on this game, was we broke that little cycle and started making the game respond to us. Unfortunately, a couple more things happen. You have this weird little thing where, again, their Centaur shows up with a Blink Dagger, the Tinker comes in with a Blink Dagger, and a lot of this is just happening because we were, 3 or 4 minutes late on making that same move.
Yeah.
If we were a little sooner, maybe Tinker doesn't have his Blink, maybe Centaur doesn't have his Blink. Because again, I think we looked at it in the match summary. Centaur got his Blink at around 15 minutes. I don't think he has it right here. Oh,
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he does for that fight. Where did he get it? Okay, so he doesn't have it now at 14 minutes. He comes in, looks for a kill. Okay, yeah, just watching Centaur. So he gets the Blink Dagger at like 14:30 and flies it out, right? And so, like, that whole fight that you just started, 14 minutes or so, before his Blink, you're stirring shit up, right? You're pushing the pace of the game. Even though you don't have a Blink, even though you don't have your playmaking item, you just decided, bam, we're gonna go fight. We're gonna go kill something. And you did. And you stirred it up, and he couldn't respond because it was too early, right? You pushed the tempo faster than he did. Unfortunately, he had more resources because in other fights, he had been, pushing tempo. He had been fighting your Naga. He took the tower. He got off to a better laning start. So now he's got the tool that he needs to go stir shit up, and you don't. So you see the response on that, right? He gets the kill on the AA. He proceeds up to the other side of the map. He sees that there's more people to kill. Shows up, gets this kill on the Lich. You end up dropping as well. This is where it kind of starts to come apart, right? Their playmaker ended up with more resources and did more shit with it before anything else. And the reason I kept saying this game still felt winnable is because, again, all this time, he is focusing on you. He is focusing on the shit that you were stirring up. And, your Naga's farming. Your Naga actually got pretty fat and made some pretty decent plays. I don't really have a lot of complaints about how this Naga played for, especially for, like, this MMR bracket. Like, she was really good at farming, moving around the map. Found this pretty nice little play on the Darkseer there. Got the kill. Got the song away. A couple unfortunate little pieces of that. But fundamentally, your Naga was doing all right. And what it really came down to was, I think, like, he got a little bit unlucky on how some of these these engagements played out. Should have left that top lane a little bit sooner with a smoke. Go use that first Doom to get anybody, get the Tinker, get the Marcy, get somebody to start it off. This fight, yeah, definitely really awkward. Your Naga gets tossed back in. She looks like she's going to be dead. Honestly, I would have just walked away here at this point. I think I said in the game, like, I would have either gone in deep for the Tinker or just walked away. If you go for the Tinker, I think you actually get the kill, but you probably die for it, which at this stage, probably still worth it. But it's also...
Can I see the Tinker here?
I think you could. Let's look at your player perspective here. Let's go player view.
I mean, you're probably absolutely right, and I was getting tunnel vision, but I'm just kind of...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he shows that he is there, and then he blinks back.
Yeah.
And I think... Okay, so yeah, you can see where the rockets are coming from. So it's like top of your screen, but you know he's like around here. You had the information, and actually you caught a glimpse of him there.
Okay.
So, like,
yep, all right.
Yeah, I would have maybe, like, phase boost past this and, like, walked over to here. Or even just, like, cut this tree and walked up into there. One of the things I was going to call out, you Doom Centaur twice this game. Never, ever, ever do you want to be doing Centaur. Always...
So, can I be perfectly honest with you there? I was aiming for Marcy.
Yeah, totally. I kind of figured on this one because they were stacked right on top of each other.
So yeah, they were so close.
Yeah, but like...
Yeah, but... Okay.
Either way, like, I think in this fight, Marcy... So, remember how I said when you, like, asked the first time, like, you know, what do I not want to Doom? And I was like, heroes that activate a thing and then are good for the fight. Marcy's kind of one of those. Her ultimate just, like, gives her that...
Okay.
Yes, and her lifesteal thing, right? Like, she's got two abilities that she casts, and then just have a lasting effect throughout the team fight that Doom won't impact, right? So if Marcy's coming at you or the fight's already started, she's likely already pressed R and E and isn't a good Doom target. If you catch her before she ulties, then really good. But in this fight, Silencer and Tinker are definitely your heroes. And Silencer's already used his global. So I think that was why I was saying, like, you want to go for that Tinker, because he's the one that still has all of his spells and rearm and blink daggers and everything to keep hunting down this fight, right? So by making that choice to Doom, and like even if you get the Marcy there, like I think you actually do get that kill if the Doom land was, and actually you killed her anyways. So that ended up fine. But like, you know, this Tinker, half health, imagine what he looks like with a Doom on him right now.
With Doom, yep. Okay.
So so that was really key for this fight, but again, that's just execution stuff. You know, you misclick a spell, that's whatever. Honestly, this fight ends up okay. Your Morphling comes up, cleans it up. Meanwhile, your Naga's still farming the jungle like crazy. So again, game's still super winnable at this point. Kind of rough. Your Blink Dagger's like slow, but like, you know, winnable. You're eating creeps while you're getting Scorched Earth stacks up, so you can farm. And you still got that smoke, so I think, like, anytime you get a chance... And I think this one was a weird one, because I was like, just get your Blink Dagger, you're so close. But then your team just decided to go fight, and this was a horrible fight for your team. Never should have bothered that. But they just walked into a tier 2 and let Tinker spam everything out. That was 4 kills, just handed over to the other team for 3. Not your fault, not your responsibility, but it, you know, just fucks up the game a little bit. Centaur chasing you down here. And then this is just another example of, like, that...
I think I panicked Doomed in here.
Yeah, and, like, even regardless, this is just another example of, like, what happens when that snowballing effect of setting the tempo of the game happens, right? Because the Centaur got off to a better start than you. He has the ability to be on your half of the map chasing people down with Blink Daggers, whereas you're stuck in the jungle farming for your Blink Dagger, right? You know, I don't think that fight really goes much different with you there because it was just a shitty choice of fight in the first place. But imagine what this point in the game looks like if you have the Blink and Centaur doesn't and you're looking for Tinker or Silencer or something, right? Maybe this tier 1 fight is actually really good because you can Blink Doom the Tinker and then your team finds the Morphling and shotguns him or find the Silencer, rather. But because the other team got ahead and your team didn't acknowledge it and like stall appropriately and like, you know, like basically hide, you end up you know, in a worse position. Yeah, you Panic Doom the Centaur there, which means that you're ineffective again for another 2 minutes. So you just fall behind here. And so, again, I think the rest of this game is just kind of the house of cards falling. You know, like I said, I think there was a few scenarios where definitely Tinker was out of position. You could have blinked on him. You could have found those initiations. Actually, maybe let's go a little bit further and just watch some of those. Because, like, I would say, like, in terms of the average game of Dota, this is kind of the point at which the game is lost. And, you know, like, of course you can always turn around any game. Any game can turn into a comeback. Any team can throw. But, like, fundamentally, like, this is where you lose control over the pace of the game. It's now on the other team to make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
And actually, that's probably a good way for me to, like, talk about this. Because in a game like this, about a minute or two ago is the point at which, if they play perfect, if you put this Dire team in the hands of Team Spirit and the fucking Radiant team in the hands of LGD, Spirit's winning 100% of the time, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, if you, like... But, you know, players make mistakes, right? And the mistakes are what enable comebacks and things to happen, right? And we don't always capitalize on mistakes because there's so many of them and they're really hard to read, right? But, like, what I would, you know, point out is, you know, there's a bunch of those. Like, right here, I think this was one of the ones where I was like, I think you can kill Tinker, right? And actually, wait, you did kill Tinker here, right?
I actually don't remember. I don't think I...
Yeah, I think you did, because he tries to TP, you get the Infernal Blade, start chasing him down.
Yeah, I did, because
right, yeah. Okay, yeah, so that was good. And you could have even gone, like, a little bit more bloodthirsty on that, right? Like, when he blinked up to this high ground, you're already in blink range here, right? Like, you could be on him right now, and then you let the rocket hit you, and then you've got to wait a couple more seconds, so your blink's on cooldown, and you do get up there, and then you get the kill. But, like, you know, just a little bit more bloodthirsty. You could have been on that a little bit sooner. Blah blah blah. Your Morphin just dies for fucking nothing here. See if we can find. Oh yeah, okay. So, right, the silencer play. We talked about this during the game.
Yeah,
so he walks up, and you spot him right about here. You can see him, like, and I would have, like, as soon as I saw that silencer, because again, silencer is like one of your top priorities, and you know that Tinker's dead, right? So you've got Doom. Silencer presents himself to you. He's the squishiest and easiest target on the enemy team to kill. Insta blink, smack him, Infernal Blade, Doom, right? You wait a second, and you decide whether or not it's good, and then you go in, and because of that, he gets back, he gets surged, and I think I mentioned, like, you didn't opt to Doom him here, and because of that, you're sitting, you're hitting him, and it gives the Marcy enough time to finish off your AA and turn around and look for you, right? And, you know, you Doom out the Darkseer, but all of his spells are already spent. He's, like, you can see every spell of his is on cooldown. So, it doesn't really impact him a lot, right? Like, he's not actually... The outcome of that is not changed much by the fact that he is doomed. Whereas if you know, blink, Infernal Blade, Doom this guy, you can walk out this side of the fight, and you've just got to kill him, right? But instead, you fight to the death, you get your kill, and you and AA both end up going down. So, again, a little bit more decisiveness, and again, that's just confidence on the hero. You'll get that as you play. But yeah, just a little bit of a hesitance, and again, it's confidence thing that you'll kind of build up as you play more. Alright, I think there's one other scenario that I was, like, looking for, and then I think we can call it on this replay, because I don't think there's too much going on. Oh, right, okay, so the Marcy here. So this one was an interesting fight, because it was definitely the right call to TP into this. And I think what I was looking for, right, so what I wanted you to do was as soon as you landed here, blink directly for the Tinker and fuck his day up. Because again, Tinker top priority. And what ends up happening here was you got your blink canceled by the Centaur, which was a good play by Centaur, and like, yeah, I think you said in the game, like, oh fuck, my blink's canceled, I can't do it. But with the Song of the Siren here, everybody else gets disabled, right? So Centaur can't come in. Tinker is outside of the range of the song, but he's out of mana, and if he gets closer, he's gonna get songed. If you just Doom the Marcy here, you're getting that kill for sure. And again, a little bit of hesitance. You kind of wait, and then I was kind of trying to tell you, I was like, Doom the Marcy, and you waited enough time that, you know, she gets to walk away, and you see how far back she gets and how close the other team gets here, right? This position here versus this position here. You can immediately see the difference, right? So again, it's just hesitance. You go in, it was the play to go on Marcy, you just needed to do it when she was over here and she was isolated by Song, versus when the Song was gone, your team backed up and their team was gone. So, that's it. I'll kind of stop harping on it, but I think, like, if you're going to play Doom through the week here, and you're going to, like, you know, just be playing your own games and stuff, be cognizant of backlines, because again, when you told me you wanted to be a shit disturber, like, get in that mindset, right? Like, what hero is going to be fucking annoyed that I'm on top of them all game? Like, you ever get that feeling in Dota when you're just like, why is this guy? He's always on me. He's just like, just chasing me. He just wants to kill me. Like, yeah, like, you know, like, I get that all the time. I'm like, fuck, man, it's just like, this guy just won't stop fucking hitting me. Like, it's just always on me. You know, you want to make Tinker players and Silencer players and Drow Ranger players and fucking, you know, Sniper players. You want to make all of those heroes feel like that, right? You want to make them go, why is he dooming me? He's doomed me 6 times this game. Like, yeah, like, you know, like, you want to turn them into whiny little fucking annoying nerd boys. Like, just demolish them, right? And then I think, like, in general, honestly, your laning on Doom is pretty solid. Like, just, you know, it's only been a couple games. You're still getting used to the hero, but from what I can see, you're pretty decent with last hitting with him. You're starting to get the idea of what you can do with a Scorched Earth when you, like, run forward and hit somebody and start damaging them. And, you know, I think with Doom, it is a little bit harder to kind of do the thing that you do with Venno, where you kind of creep forward and take over the enemy jungle, because as a hero, he's more kill and hero focused. He's more, like, kill centric than he is map control centric, right? With Venno, in a scenario like that Darkseer, you could just stack up wards and then, like, move into the jungle and then just have, like, wards killing the hard camps and just, like, you could crawl your way forward. But with Doom, you need to make concerted efforts to find kills, right? So, in general, be a little bit more kill hungry. Buy your own smokes. As soon as you have Doom, you should be feeling antsy and itchy to use it, right? You should want to find that carry and kill them and chase them down. If you're stuck in a lane and you're just kind of, like, feeling passive and you don't feel like you're finding an opening, just leave. Just grab, like, a buddy, go smoke, go find mid lane, go anywhere, and stir shit up. Because fundamentally what Doom is a shit disturber. And whether you buy a blink or whether you buy tanky items, your goal should always be to kind of be running at heroes and trading favorably. One of the nice things about Doom that very few heroes in Dota have is the fact that because Devour gives you that bonus gold, you're kind of always farming better than anybody else. You know, you're a slightly weaker hero in terms of base stats, but you're stronger in the fact that you get a bonus 200 gold every minute. And because of that, you can kind of be a little bit reckless with your play and take a death or two more than you would on any other hero, and it ends up being okay. You know, like when that fight happened mid where you were chasing the Marcy down and you died and traded 2 for 2, in my head I was kind of like, okay, that's okay, because you know, you're still digesting your devoured creep. You're going to get a little bit of gold for it. You got the kills before you died, so you ended up with a positive XP ratio. So that fight ended up being okay, right? But in, you know, there are heroes that's less okay on, right? Like a Tide Hunter doesn't want to play like that. Queen of Pain doesn't want to play like that. But Doom does, because he's, you know, he's got, like, really strong abilities. He's really kill-centric. and the gold is going to come to him almost no matter what he does, right? You can always scorched earth down like a lane creep wave, and then go devour a fucking creep in the jungle and get stacked, right? You can always kind of do that sort of stuff, whereas you can't on a lot of other people. So yeah, I think that those are kind of my bullet points, is like just be a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more decisive with your initiations, and then just keep kind of that play style in mind of being very kill hungry. You want to play the game faster than you do when you're playing Venomancer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's like a different. I like it because it feels almost like uncomfortable in this way of like, I haven't played a lot of heroes with this particular kind of mindset, so I like that because it's like making me feel I don't know, like I'm trying something completely new.
Yep.
I think you're absolutely right about the confidence. I think kind of knowing who to doom and when to doom is going to be something that will just come with time, probably, and like a lot more games on the hero. I think one of the advantages that I at least had with Veno is that I had played like, not like a lot, but I had at least played probably like 5 to 10 games on Veno, so I knew his abilities.
Yep.
Versus kind of me being like, wait, what do these skills do? I think I fucking hate Tinker. I just I struggle with Tinker.
Tinker's the worst, but Doom is a very good anti-Tinker hero. Like, I think that game just got a little bit out of your hands, but you know, fundamentally, like, if you can get a reasonably timed blink dagger, anytime Tinker shows his face, you should almost be suiciding to Doom him. Like, you know, ideally you get away, but I think one of the things to like latch onto is that as soon as you cast Doom, the equation of the team fight changes, right? Because when you think of all the different spells that could get pumped out against you, you have the ability to turn 4 of those off. And so what happens a lot of the time, especially like as you're learning Doom, and I went through this as well, was like you see a team fight, you go, oh fuck, that's scary, I don't want to go in there because they can do XYZ to me. But when you blink, you eliminate X, right? And then it's like, oh, okay, now it's only YZ, and I can walk away like with my hood and escape from it, right? So if you blink over a team fight through a March of the Machines and you Doom a Tinker, you know, okay, there is 4 other heroes, but sometimes there's only 2 other heroes, right? And you can, like, use your natural tankiness and the movement speed from your phase boots and your W to escape that fight and come away from it without too much damage. And because you've kind of turned off the taps from the rest of their damage, your team can then swoop in and take advantage of that. So just consider, like, what your abilities do to the team fight, right? Because you know, if like, another good example of a hero that you want to Doom all the time is Invoker, right? And you look at Invoker and you're like, oh, fuck, he's going to Tornado, he's going to EMP, blah, blah, blah. But if you turn that off at the start of the fight, then it's a 4v5, right? Like, you fundamentally change the equation, and it makes it a lot more favorable for you. So that kind of favors, or comes into the decision-making of, you know, you said yourself, like, okay, how do I prioritize, what heroes do I Doom? And a lot of it comes down to, like, the hero that you don't want casting their abilities, right? Or the hero that you need to, like, lock down or keep from running away. Like, the Spirit heroes are always prime candidates for Dooming. Like, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, you Doom those guys, they are sad as fuck, you know? Yeah. Necrophos, Invoker, Tinker, Puck, Queen of Pain, all of those heroes, like, you know, it's usually going to be the mid hero that you focus on, but, you know, sometimes it's like a carry that's really ability focused, right? Like, if you Doom a Ricky, he can't, you know, do all of his little tricky bullshit to jump away from fights and stuff. If you Doom a Juggernaut, he can't spin out of shit. You know, like, anti-mages and stuff. Like, all of that is stuff to kind of keep in mind, right? You are fundamentally just removing a hero from a fight for 16 seconds. So think about that. Think about who you just don't want to deal with for 16 fucking seconds, and just press the button on them, right?
Yep.
But yeah, right on. I'm starting to get my throat's starting to get a little sore, and I imagine it's pretty late for you, so maybe we'll call it here. But I mean, rough fucking games, but I think this was a good session, and I'm kind of excited to see you learn a new hero. So
I'm excited. Yeah.
So yeah,
I mean, rough session fine, or like the rough games are fine. I think. Oh god, that's quite a lost streak. Rest in peace. What little MMR I actually have left. But I do think I like kind of the way that I've learned Veno and been able to focus on Veno, and so I think having a new hero that I can just focus on and refine is really fun.
Yep.
So
totally. And yeah, I think in terms of Veno, keep playing it. It's good to be
I love my slimy boy.
Yeah, exactly. And then and with Doom, mix him in here and there. I think you'll start to get a feel for him. Honestly, like I said, the games you had today were really bad luck. Like the first game, I think you played a winning game. You won your lane. You did everything you needed to start creating space. Your team just your Void was so painfully bad. It was rough to watch. Game 2, obviously, super out of your hands. Smurfs, your team was feeding like a motherfucker. That, I said during the game, that's a game I would abandon, and I stand by it. Honestly, if you weren't worried about your behavior score, I would have said just fuck it, just get out, go next. That's a write-off. That last game, definitely, I think was a bit of a teachable game in terms of controlling the pace, because again, you had a really good first 7 or 8 minutes. You were doing awesome, and then it kind of came down to that stagnation that they kind of forced on you with that Darkseer, right? So be mindful of that. Be mindful of the ways that you can up the tempo of the game and find kills and be the one dictating what happens. Because by kind of staying in that lane and farming creeps, you let the Darkseer, or you let the Centaur be the one to dictate that for the game. So just thinking back on those games, I think those are kind of the key things. Game 1, even though you lost, great game by you. Game 3, a little bit, you sat on your heels a little bit when you should have been kind of pushing the tempo. So think about that in your future games. Think about how you can find kills. Think about how you can be aggressive. Smoke up on your own. Just get some murder done. And I'm excited to see how you're feeling next week after you get some time on it.
I am very excited as well. Thank you, as always. I really appreciate you spend hours every week teaching me, and I'm very grateful.
Of course, it's a blast. Yeah, right on. I hope you have a good night. Get yourself some sleep. I know it's late. And yeah, I will see you next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Have a good rest of your day, actually.
Yeah, I will. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
See ya. All right. Cool. Well, to everybody in chat, thanks for hanging out. It's been a long session, and damn, some rough games. I know I was stressed out trying to find things to talk about during that game, but during those games. But them's the breaks. That's Dota 2. I thought I was gonna play a couple games after this, but I'm feeling pretty hungry and pretty thirsty, and I'm a little bit burnt right now. So I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna turn off the stream. Might throw it back on a little bit later if I'm playing more games. So if you want to pop back around later, absolutely please do. I'd love to have you. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Throw a follow down below if you want to watch me when I'm doing this again. I've been doing it weekly with Jess, and I'm hopefully going to be doing some more content in the next couple weeks. I've been talking to a couple leagues about doing some casting, as well as a couple buddies about just producing general content, so we'll be doing some YouTube stuff, hopefully. So I'm going to be back in the swing and Dota things, so check out all of the stuff down below. My Twitter and my YouTube are linked there. Give them a follow, and you'll see everything that I have coming up. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out, and I'll see you all another time next week. Later.